1, 2, 3. Now, let's see if I actually know how to push buttons anymore. Hello, hello. Am I here? Are you here? Hey, I can see... Oh, that's exactly what I expect to see. Hello, it's me! I am the Chris who plays games. Welcome to the CPG stream of the evening. Today we're going to be doing some speedy playthrough with lots of cheating of Super Mario Brothers games, and doing the needful. Welcome. I hope everyone is here to have a good time, just like me. That feels a little bit loud for me. 1 second. Let me turn that down on my side. And hopefully that doesn't do much on your side. Okay. I think that looks a little bit better. No hat. Somewhere around here I've got hats. I keep running into them when I'm like cleaning the house and shit, but then I never actually know where they are. I have my Noogler hat, but of course that's the one I'm not allowed to wear. So today you just get to deal with my bald head. Hi, Or Chaos. You got here first. It's true, Supermodel Gaming. You did get here first. I don't know if that really makes you necessarily a fan, or just, you know, that... Well, whatever. I guess you're a fan. Everyone's a fan. What am I saying? Like, here, let me tell you how you can't be a fan because I said so. Anyway, I'm the Chris who plays games, and tonight I'm playing video games. It's good to see all of you. Familiar faces. It's good to have you all here. How did I never do this? We should do this. There we go. But yeah, welcome. I guess this is the first stream since YouTube gaming. It's not really a thing anymore. Actually, that's not totally true. I've streamed like 3 times over the past like couple of months. So I streamed in July, and I think YouTube gaming would have been gone in July. I played some Overwatch for a while. Which, actually, that doesn't make any sense. How did I play Overwatch in July? My computer was broken. Did I misread that somehow? Maybe that was last July. God knows. I think my last, like, Overwatch stream would have had to have been before April, because in April my computer broke. I think? I don't know. That's all so confusing now. But yeah, I've obviously not been streaming regularly for a while, so I'm back tonight. My PC was broken for like 6 months, and now I have it back, so I can do things again. And, so yeah, here we are. Alright, World 1-3. Hooray. Anyway, how is everybody? It is coming up to the end of the year. And it has been a long year for me. Nope, motherboard died. So the shop that I took it to eventually, he just looked at it and he like, he tested the CPU in another motherboard and that worked, and then he put it back in my little motherboard and it didn't, so he was like, okay, your motherboard's dead, so... Yeah, so it wasn't too bad. I just got another one. It's a mini board rather than a big board, but I only have the GPU in as an expansion card anyway, so I don't really need a lot, so, that's fine. Oh god. Let's not die. I'm, like... Clearly, I am not in my gamer mood because, like, I can't beat Mario. This sucks. Well, congratulations on finishing up your first semester of college. That's awesome. So I still work at Google. And I've worked at, I guess I've been working at the open source team for about 1.5 years now. So, I moved away from YouTube in May of last year. I've been there working on a lot of policy and tooling changes for helping Googlers release software and manage their use of open source software better. So to people who that means nothing, I told my mom, she asked me what I do for a living now. And I said, you know how like when you use software, you have to go through and you have to like read all those, like scroll through all those words that you never read and then say, I agree. My job is to make sure that the people who do that at Google aren't agreeing to something that says like, if you click yes to this, we will sue you for $1 bajillion. So that's my day job. I write software that reads license agreements to figure out if they are trying to sue Google with them. Which is decent. And then I get to help Googlers release their software as well, and I've always said that having Googlers as your employees, as your customers rather than YouTubers is way better because they actually say thank you when you fix bugs as opposed to just like saying screw you, which is historically my experience. Go ahead and fast forward. Oh. La da da. Underwater levels. Everyone's most favorite level in any Mario game, right? Or in any game. I think there's a YouTube video or something like that. It's like the terror of the underwater level. Whoa! Okay. Oh, that was not very smart. Note to self, do not swim into fishies. I avoided the octopus, but did not avoid the fishies. I definitely remember when I was a kid that playing this game, I would have a lot of trouble with those like water things that suck you down because I couldn't push the button fast enough. Yeah, so in the past year, I've gotten involved in probably 3 significant hobbies. One is cooking, which of course was something that I started before I stopped streaming. In fact, I decided to get involved in cooking on this very stream. It was my New Year's resolution that I decided on my New Year's Eve stream last year. Excuse me. And it has been going great. I did a little Twitter thread about this recently, and I basically said, like, this was an immensely and enormously successful, like, decision on my part. I now cook regularly, still mostly Blue Apron, but for Christmas, I actually was like, you know what? I'm gonna do a Christmas dinner. I picked out the recipe, I went shopping, I, like, bought stuff, and everything else like that. Recently, there was, like, a storm coming, and rather than going and buying a bunch of prepared food, which is what I would have always done in the past, like go and buy a bunch of like frozen pizzas or other stuff like that, I went and I was just like, you know what, like that's fine. I went to the store, I bought some ground beef, I bought some rice, I bought a couple of veggies, and then like later, like I didn't even have a recipe in mind, and then later when, you know, it was storming out and I didn't want to ask delivery to come, I went ahead and I like made something. I looked up a recipe that was, you know, ground beef and rice and broccoli or something like that, and I cooked it and I just made it, and it was like that was the first time I had actually like gone to the store not for a recipe, like just gone and been like, I can buy ingredients and I will figure out a recipe later, and that was awesome. Yeah, no cooking deaths, no cooking fires, which is great. Not for lack of trying, at least in a couple of instances I can see that, like, you know, I made some boo-boos that should have, you know, put me more at risk for that. Luckily, I do have the fire extinguisher right in the kitchen. So I'm still mostly doing Blue Apron just because for me, like, sitting down and thinking about a recipe means that I don't get around to it. Like, I did when it was, you know, gonna be snowy. Like, I made specific time to go out and, like, prep for the storm. So when the French toast alert system in Boston goes off, you know, I went ahead and made time for it, but I don't generally just, like, make time to think about food, and so having Blue Apron just continue to ship me meals is great. And there was a couple of months in the middle, from, like, June to, like, no, it was like August through end of October. I basically didn't do any cooking, and it was definitely that I was like back to like, oh my god, I cannot deal with eating out anymore because we had like order from the same like 4 places all the time, and it's just like I got really tired of it. So I did actually, you know, it was because I was working on the campaign. So like a big chunk of the middle of my year was working on the city council campaign in Cambridge. So that was like a really big thing for how I was spending my time, and it meant that I was just investing so much time in that I wasn't getting around to cooking, and I got tired of it. So yeah, well, so I've actually done a couple of different ramen dishes too. Both Blue Apron ones, but I did one just the other day that was like a soy miso ramen that they had me do, and it was like both of the ramen dishes that I have gotten from Blue Apron were really delicious, and they're not just like ramen from a thing, like obviously it's like cooking ramen noodles, but also adding a bunch of like my own ingredients and everything else like that. And I am not usually like a ramen fan. Like my daughter loves my daughter loves anything with a ton of salt, and so for her, like, ramen is like her favorite dish. Yeah. Hey, JB3, how's it going? I am this guy Chris who sometimes plays games. It's true. Although I don't have a weird hat with a spinner on it at the moment. Like, I'm being more normie than that today. All right. Let's just not fall in a pit. How about that? There we go. Yeah, so I learned that my emulator has a rewind button, which I had seen the fact that there was a rewind button in the controls before, but it never worked for me. And I thought, like, oh, like, for some reason, like, this doesn't work on Nintendo games or something. Failing to realize that this is only a Nintendo emulator, so of course that doesn't make sense. And then Soybomb pointed out that you have to go and turn on the option to support rewinding, which is the dumbest thing to do. Like, why would you have, like, a button for rewinding that you then have to go turn on rewinding? Like, why wouldn't it prompt you when you did it? And I guess that's just because it's open source software, which, you know, people don't really... it's you know, it is what it is. I should go fix it. That's what I should do. I should at least add, like, a little thing but next to the rewind button that's like, if you check this, you have to enable, like, the rewind recorder, otherwise it doesn't work. Maybe I'll make that my thing. Make that a bug fix I should submit. Although their code is still on SourceForge, which is like, ugh, SourceForge. Although I guess SourceForge recently got bought out by another company that's made it much better recently, so. Yeah, I do look weird with my hat. It's true. Well, so I was like trying to figure out, so one thing that happened in March or so is that, so I have an overhead light that had like a pull chain on it, and I pulled the chain and it just like pulled right out, and it didn't pull, like, it didn't break the chain. Like, I've had that happen before where like the chain broke and you had to go and like do, you know, you had to like attach a new chain or something else like that. No, this like completely pulled out, and is no longer like a pull chain at all. And so I can't actually turn on the overhead light in my office anymore, and I haven't been able to for months and months. And so I have a desk lamp here, but like it's you know, looking right at my face. So it's like there's a light here, and then I have like a plug-in light here, the panel light that I got at one point last year. And so but I was like setting up, and I was like, oh my god, like, why, what is up with, like, I was trying to like tilt the lights so you couldn't see, like, the bald spot on my head just felt really visible. And then I realized that the reason that I've never seen my bald spot before is because I always have the hat on. Like, that's the thing I've got. There's still less dead than Google code. That's so true. Yeah. Whoa. Okay. We're just gonna run with our legs in the air like that. Okay. Well. And so yeah, so I was getting ready for stream and confused as to why my head looked so bald in the stream, and then came to the realization that my head looks so bald in the stream because my head just looks that bald. I just don't usually stream like this. Yeah, rule number 4 of CPG. CPG should always cheat. That is the rule. I actually had to, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is that making browser engines is just a really hard thing to do right, and it's better for most companies to invest in making their own browsers, like, UI functionality better, rather than, oh no, this is like a maze. Maybe this way? Try this. No! Okay. Well, I did get out of the maze, so that's good. Wah! Ha ha ha! There we go. Yeah, so I'm bald. I failed to realize this, and when I started streaming, I was like, what is this? What is this nonsense? Being bald. But yeah, so Chrome, Microsoft taking Chrome for their browser engine is pretty cool. Like, this is kind of cool stuff that, like, I can say that I play a piece in, right? Working at Google, working in open source. Like, this is a space that I participate in, but not super directly. My day job is definitely not in, like, creating new features, but rather just in making it so that other people can create new features by getting us to stay out of their way, so. Yeah, well, also, like, the reason that IE for Mac, or the reason that IE was a thing, I have 6 wigs, man. I don't just have one. They're all in the basement. I have 2 rainbow ones, I have 2 brown, 1 blonde, and 1 other one. Alright, what are you gonna do with me? Whoa! Okay. Hammer Brother got me. Hammer Brothers are really the worst enemy in Super Mario Brothers. Like, by far. Forget Bullet Bills or Koopas or anything else. Pretty much the only way that I know how to routinely and regularly beat a Hammer Brother is that, like, if you just wait, they have a timeout and then they start running at you. And then they don't jump. So, like, this guy's gonna walk forward, like, now? I think? No, maybe not. But now. Nope. Thought they had a timeout. Maybe that's just the one in the World 8. 2, 3... Okay, well, I should not have made it through that, but I did anyway. But yeah, so I've got 2 rainbow propeller hats. I've got 2 rainbow wigs. I've got, you know, a whole bunch of stuff I could wear, but I was just like, nah, whatever. I'm just streaming. Not gonna beat myself up over not being sufficiently attired. But yeah, so cooking's gone really well. It's absolutely my most successful. I've cooked something along the lines of 75 meals this year. A couple of them that I prepped myself. Mostly I'm still dependent on Blue Apron, but it's pretty good because I've just learned a bunch of different stuff. I have caused myself no major damage. I did slice my thumb with a potato peeler at one point. It was, you know, bad but not ugly. Kind of sucked for a week or 2, and that's my only major injury, so I'd say that's a pretty decent accomplishment. I do not watch any YouTube cooking channels. Ugh! There we go. Oh. Should not have gotten away with that. I mean, I watch You Suck at Cooking, but that's not really a cooking channel. I have considered, yeah, see, Org said it immediately after I thought of it. And, like, I've watched, I mean, you could also say, like, Hot Ones, or, I don't know, like, other things that involve food, but You Suck at Cooking is not a cooking channel. I stand by that belief. Fuck! Wow! Okay, cool. That was perfectly done. Just perfect. Oh, I don't know exactly what I was thinking was gonna happen there. Like, I should have just waited out. Like, worst case, he jumps back into me. It was fine. Da-da-da-do. Da-da-da-do. Da-da-da. Oh, wait, that's the wrong thing. The bagel guillotine. My parents had a bagel guillotine, I feel like. Alright. A little bit scared that I was going to fall in the pit, and I was going to be really sad that I didn't chase it, but... No! Thought I could make that. Could have, had I jumped right. So I was curious earlier, like, and I don't remember this, I wonder if any of the, like, speedrun techniques in Mario actually involve you going down a pipe. But... Yeah, so I have definitely gotten better at slicing since I did my last video. The reason that I stopped making videos was when my PC died, I no longer had an easy way to edit. I do have the PC back now. I kind of want to get back to it, but then I lost the adapter for my tripod, so I need to get a new, like, cheap Amazon Basics tripod. And then I don't want to buy it from Amazon because Amazon is evil, so I need to go buy something from somewhere else. Also, apparently the Amazon Basics tripod, so all the Amazon Basics stuff is basically just rebranded, like, Amazon brands of other items, and apparently the Amazon Basics tripod is actually more expensive than the thing it's rebranding. So, like, despite being a knockoff brand, it is actually more expensive, which is not the way that branding is supposed to work. Like, apparently the Amazon brand is more valuable than the actual camera brand that the tripod comes attached to. I don't know, but I need to get one of those. Yeah, so I wasn't thinking about warps. I was thinking ignoring the warps. are there any levels where taking a pipe for like one of those coin pipes is actually faster than going through the level? And I think that the one in World 1 is, but then I was trying to think of like, if I think about the like speedruns I've seen of that, is that the way they do it or not? I don't remember. I did used to watch Rosanna Panzino, but she's more of a baking channel. And I just watched the Sapia Nygaard, like, we baked all of the flavors of cake video, where they baked 32 different flavors of, like, tiered wedding cake, which was just, so many of those things were hilarious. But yeah, no, I definitely, like, god damn it. Like, Binging with Babish, for example, is a channel that I know exists, and I have not watched it at all. Oh, I watch, so I guess I've watched, like, some of the Epicurious, god damn it. Some of the Epicurious and, not that, Bon Appetit. So I watched some of the Bon Appetit stuff, but I have not actually watched much of that since I started cooking. I really didn't watch much YouTube for a long time, so, like, just because of, like, watching on a laptop wasn't whatever for me, so, I have watched a lot less YouTube over the past while. Hello, Van Helsing, welcome, welcome. Oh god! Yeah, so my feeling on Binging with Babish was that I always felt like he was doing, I don't know, weird stuff, and I didn't really understand, like, it felt like it was themed or something. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, leave me alone. I'm fine. Just let me get my mushroom. And keep it. Not like that. There we go. Perfect. And that's why this is a speedy run. Oh. Okay, so I can't make it through there. So just wait. We'll wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it! Oh god. Oh god. We're good. Everything's fine. Making meth. But yeah, I still remember the first back-to-back chef episode that Bon Appetit did. They did with Gordon Ramsay. And Gordon Ramsay was such a dick. And it wasn't even like a simple thing. Like the things they've done since, it's like make a sandwich. Like Ninja just did one where he like really got confused about how to slice bread, and she was like, take 2 slices of bread, and he like took the bread and like made it a square, and I realized it was not like a loaf of bread, right? Like, I mean, it was like a loaf, but it was like a, you know, like a big fancy loaf, not just like a normal loaf of bread. But it's still the case that it was weird that he didn't understand how bread was sliced, you know? It brings new meaning to the phrase, like, the best thing since sliced bread, when you got somebody who doesn't know how to slice bread. You can't shoot more bullet bills. There's already 2 on the screen. That's the rules. Just let me follow my bullet bills to their death. Oh god. Oh god. Breaking the rules again. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! What the? This game just totally fucking glitched. Okay, I don't know how to deal with that. It seems to be a consistent and repeated glitch, so I'm just gonna rewind my way out of that, so. Gotcha. Yeah, from TV shows. Okay, so this is what I was thinking, is that, like, they're all themed. And I, like, from a YouTuber perspective, I get that, right? Like, in the same way that what was it called? The whatever arms show would always make, like, popular weapons from popular culture. And it was, like, Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, Sword, and all this other stuff. Like, I get that that's actually how, like, you make popular content. Like, I'm not totally clueless on this. Taking advantage of popular content icons to boost the name recognition. Fuck you. Hello, Lynn! There's no mushrooms bouncing all over the screen. There's just that weird, like, I'm playing an emulator, and clearly something about the emulation of that particular space was busted. I am playing with rewind enabled so that when I fuck up, I can just go back rather than having to start over at the beginning of the level because I'm lazy and want to get through games. Like, that's the rules of CPG, is CPG should always cheat. Hello, Mathros. Hello, hello. Alright, there we go. But yeah, this is just normal Super Mario Brothers 1, other than the fact that there was a weird thing with, like, you know, the game glitching out. Yes. Well, so I hadn't realized, I was saying the other day, like, so I've always used, like, heavily used save states in my streams, and I was confused. Well, no, I wasn't confused. Save states have a history of, like, fucking me up, because I will, like, have a save state that is like, oh, I saved, and then I accidentally saved over it, or I saved in a really crappy place where I can't go back as far as I need to in order to pick up the item or health that I need. And I was playing on the Switch, and the Switch basically had this, like, rewind feature, which I thought was really cool. It's like, it basically just saved every 10 seconds, and you could go back as far as you wanted. And so, like, I was like, cool, this is very awesome. And then I asked on Twitter, like, okay, this is great. It let me play through all of Super Mario Brothers Lost Levels, like Super Mario Brothers 2, and like, I'd never done that before because the game kind of sucks. It's like a kind of dicky game. It's trolly in the same way that, like, many Super Mario Maker levels are trolly. And I was like, okay, cool. And so I asked on Twitter, like, can I do this in my emulator? And someone was like, yes, you can. And here is how. And I was like, this is so awesome. So here I am, doing that. Rule number 4 is actually what it is. Not that it matters, but... Did I seriously make it through that maze on my first try? Apparently I have muscle memoried my way through that maze because I was not thinking about it at all. I was just like, I feel like this way, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, so I remember in the first back-to-back chef on the Bonjour or Bon Appetit or whatever the channel is, they had Gordon Ramsay, and the guy was cooking a crab salad, and they started him out with this giant crab, and he's like, Ramsay's like, okay, you just take the crab, you flip it over, you break its back, and then you, like, scoop out the stuff. And he was like, whoa, 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 what the fuck? And I get that. Like, I would not know how to cook, like, a giant freaking crab. And he's just like, oh yeah, just do it. And I'm like, oh man, you jerk. But yeah, the rest of them have been much more reasonable, in my opinion, where they've actually, like, had someone who is, one, nicer than Gordon Ramsay, be actually, like, explaining what to do and answering questions and other stuff like that. So, I've watched a handful of those. That's probably my favorite, like, cooking-ish show that I've seen. Hello, Darius. Welcome, welcome. And, oh god. Okay, we're good. We're all good. There we go. Alright. There we go. Hello, Brad! Good to see you! Brad is here! Yay! I'm glad. Brad, who apparently has still been paying me $5 a month for the past, like, bajillion years. Yeah. Anyway, so, okay, so that's hobby 1 was cooking. Hobby 2 was helping basically run a city council election for 9 different councilors over the past, like, 6 months, which started because of spite. As so many important things in my life do, my motivation to get involved in local city politics came from a conversation on my neighborhood mailing list, god damn it, where my landlady was complaining that, like, having slightly taller buildings in our town would ruin the neighborhood character of our neighborhood. And now I live in Cambridge. I live in Cambridgeport, specifically. Cambridgeport is a region of Cambridge that was kind of developed in the 1870s and 80s when they basically filled in what used to be a swamp to turn it into more places to build houses. As a result, it was all built long before current zoning. It was all built like back in the olden days. And there's a really weird and eclectic mix of stuff. Like I've got churches next to parks, next to triple deckers, next to everything else like that. And so I was like, I did the thing. Like I understand what neighborhood character means, right? Like when old white ladies complain on neighborhood mailing lists about the like ruining neighborhood character, what they mean is that people I don't like will move in here. Like that is what it actually means. And I'm not dumb. Like I know that that's what actually has my landlord concerned, is that, you know, there will be people here that she doesn't want to live here. And so she doesn't like that, and she's not happy with it. Oh god. Alright. Again, Hammer Brothers are literally the worst enemy in Super Mario Brothers. Fuck you! God damn it. Okay. Ah! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Super Hammer Brother. Take that, smashing on your head. Okay, what are we gonna do here? Fuck. Not that. Ah! Ah! Haha! If I cheat, I can get past you. There we go. Speedy run. Yes, and so I basically got involved. I started this conversation, and my landlady was like, and I was just gonna, basically I was gonna leave it at that. Like, I like my neighborhood. I've always liked my neighborhood. And I don't think that like having slightly taller buildings, especially because they're the same height as many of the buildings we already have, is like scary. She did not like that answer and told me like, you don't know what you're talking about. You should really like watch all of these videos from the city council meetings. Like, how dare you think you know what you're talking about when you weren't even at these meetings? Keep in mind, I read the law, and like I know that she doesn't understand it because like she's saying blatantly false things about it. So like this is not, it's not a case where she's even slightly right. And I know this, but I still, because I am me, I'm like, fine, you think that I don't know what I'm talking about because I haven't watched those 25 hours of city council meetings? I will sit down and I will watch these 25 hours of city council meetings. And I learned so many terrible things about our city council in the process. And so like I then was like, okay, well now I'm in, because as I said, it was all spite. Like she said, I didn't know what I was talking about. Like the biggest way to get me to change my behavior is to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about when I do. Because like I just do. God damn it. Just let me, no. I just want to get past you. Leave me alone. Stop killing me. There you go. It's 50 degrees out today. Darius, the real Super Mario Brothers 2. Alright, so that's Super Mario Brothers 1. And now we will open Super Mario Brothers 2. If I can find it. Super Mario Brothers 2. J? I think I do J. And then I do... this one. There we go. Alright, so somewhere in here is the evil mushroom. Early on in the game, you learn that evil mushrooms are not your friend, unlike good mushrooms, so don't go in those. Good. Yeah, I mean, Van Helsing, the crab in the pot thing was basically like how he acted for the entirety of this like 15-minute back-to-back chef. And this guy who clearly has never cooked crab before, like, and again, like this is not like a slab of chicken. This is not like grilling a steak. This is like the guy is handed a huge like a crab. Oh, I gotta find this now. Ramsay back-to-back chef. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Here we go. Like,
I've got 15 minutes to teach you how to make the most amazing crab cake.
Okay, so I guess they do actually set it up that it's 15 minutes like that's their time. But like this is how he starts, right?
Hearing my voice, audio. On a scale of 10, how bad are you?
Pretty bad. I'd say a 2.
He's a 2 in cooking. All right.
15 minutes. Your time starts now. Let's go. Okay. First things first. Take the crab.
Okay.
Okay.
Like this is the thing he starts with. Like
on the board, like this. Just
like this. Like this. Good help.
Underneath. Get your 2 thumbs in place at 6 o'clock, and you push up, and you lift that up.
I just love this. Anyway, like I just the two compare. So one, Ramsey being like, you know how you're gonna do this? Like you're gonna do this by just like this. Like you can't see you. Like this does not help. 2, like the two of them, like Ramsey has it one way and the other guy has it the other way, and is clearly trying his best to follow these instructions, and it's like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. Yeah. Anyway, it's fine. I just that particular bit of the entire thing gets me every time. Yes, Carla is way nicer. I also think that they don't do the 15-minute like timer anymore. I think that they wanted to make it more like I don't know if this was a Ramsey thing or what, but I think they wanted to make it more of like a competition show. And then like once they did it with him, they realized it was funny enough just to like have someone who doesn't know how to cook like try to cook. Which is the same as the idea behind the Epicurious, like, you know, having 27 different people like hand them some weird thing and are like, how do you slice a kiwi or whatever, and they go with it. So anyway, yeah, so out of spite, I got involved with local politics, and initially it was just kind of like I was doing my own thing. Like I knew there was an organization in Cambridge that was involved in doing stuff as well, but I was not like working with them, and eventually like around like August, I think that I kind of like teamed up with them. So before that, I had done a bunch of work with people who were working in the group, but not like working directly with them. And it became clear that we were not going to get more affordable housing unless we changed. We had to elect a new council. We had to elect a new member of the council. And there were 2 goals that I had. One was that we would just get 6 councilors, which is 2/3 that you need to pass zoning changes. And the other one was that there's a councilor who I really, really hate, who I think is just the worst kind of person. And I really wanted to get him off of the council. So those were my 2 goals. I succeeded in one of them. Unfortunately, the counselor that I really hate has spent the past decade greenwashing himself to the point where people think he's good rather than think he is just an utter and complete ass who is impossible to work with. And so, like, he got reelected, which sucks. Yes, I understand, Lynn. I'm not saying that Kiwis are hard. Like, if Kiwis are not difficult, but again, Epicurious, like, you know, Kiwis. Here, 50 people try to peel a kiwi.
Something that looks like this, but it's like a long version.
Isn't there something that looks like this, but like a long version? Is not exactly the way that you want to start out your, like, how to slice a kiwi video. Or peel a kiwi. But yeah, so Epicurious does a bunch of different things, like, sometimes it's like how to poach an egg, or like one of them was like how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, which was less about, like, I think everybody successfully made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but there are differences in how people like approach it. Is like, do you cut it? Do you have crusts on it? Do you like cut it at a diagonal, or do you cut it like horizontally, and other things like that. But yeah, so that series from Epicurious is I really like it. I think that it's a really, like, it's well done. So yeah, 50 people try to crack a coconut. That one is definitely like Well, especially because like cracking a coconut actually requires like you pull out the toolbox, right? Like you need the hammer and the screwdriver, and so most of the time they give them this giant table of tools, many of which are completely irrelevant to the task they're trying to do, and some of which are like the fancy version, and this is like the bagel slicer, right? Like how do you slice a bagel? And some people is just gonna grab their knife and slice it, and some people are gonna grab the bagel guillotine and use that, and there's definitely like some people who are like, I've never like sliced a bagel before, so I will use the bagel guillotine. So I hate this particular bit. Like this particular bit is one of the worst parts in this game for me, because you have to like, let me see if I can do better here. Go back a little bit. So this is the one where I finally realized, like, oh, rewind is great, because, like, I can't figure out how to do this any other way. Like, is there another cloud or block somewhere? Or is it just, like, I gotta, like, run and jump? I don't know why the lost level is so ugly. I think it's supposed to look better, but I don't find it looks better. Yeah, like gourmet versions of Kit Kats and so on and so forth. But yeah, so Lynn, part of the reason that I'd never joined the Numtot group on Facebook before wasn't because I didn't think I'd agree, but rather because, like, I had assumed, incorrectly, that it was mostly memes. Like, I knew that Numtot was, like, were just memes for transit-oriented teens, right? So, like, that's Numtot. Okay, like, I understand that. Fuck. Ugh, there we go. Okay, so now, there we go. Okay. So I think that I just went too far the first time. That was my problem. Anyway, this is like very much one of the Mario Maker, like Super Mario Maker 2 little bits, is like, if you go too far off the edge of the screen, you can't get back, you're trapped, ha ha ha. Like, fuck you. Yeah, and so I have always been probably, so one of the things that I've said before is that I've always been anti-NIMBY. Like, I think it is ridiculous that people will, like, use the look of a building, or that, like, think that we shouldn't make more tall buildings or other things like that. But I didn't, like, although I knew the YIMBY word, like, I hadn't really associated with that movement before, and so I was kind of like, like, just stay in your little bubble, because I don't really understand what's going on here. And, so I had not gotten involved in that, and then obviously that was what changed in the past year, is that I got involved with the YIMBY movement here in Cambridge, the Yes in My Backyard movement, which, you know, YIMBY means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Like in San Francisco, YIMBY means something different than it does to most people in, like, the Cambridge group. There are a lot of people who are actually upset at the Cambridge YIMBY group because we are insufficiently, like, market oriented, and, you know, that we don't do enough, we aren't enough like the San Francisco groups, and so there's just a bunch of different, like, stupid disagreements on this. But in general, I am pro housing, regardless of whether it's YIMBY or whatever you want to call it. Like, I think we should build more homes, and so that was my goal this year, was to do that and get involved in making that happen. And so I spent basically from September to November, I was spending 20 hours a week helping, like, run this campaign that we were participating in. So we picked a slate of 9 candidates. Cambridge has all, like, an open representation system where there's no districts, so everyone runs at large, and there's 9 candidates who are seated, with, you know, ranked choice voting. And so we were trying to run and basically say, like, hey, vote for these 9 people. This is the people who are willing to build more housing in Cambridge, and that's who you should vote for. And so we were thankfully able to successfully get 6 people elected. 6 is important because it is the minimum number needed to pass zoning reform in Cambridge, which is good. Alright, what am I doing here? So I don't want to go too far. I did find out if you go past the castle and then keep running, like if you miss the flagpole, it sends you back to like World 1, I think. So. Yeah, so I mean, I live in Boston, right? The triple decker is the MO, like is the default style of housing here. It was built up basically during the 1890s, kind of the result of balloon frame construction becoming a thing in the 1880s, 1890s, and so there's just a ton of housing around Boston, which is triple deckers. It's really kind of the default style of housing that is thought of as being very like Bostonian housing, or three-decker, I guess. I don't know. There's some kind of social faux pas around calling it a triple decker, but in any case, so I like that. I mean, and I obviously like I live in a single family home right now. I've lived in basically in 2 flats and in a single family detached building, which is where I'm at now. But my belief is not that we should like bulldoze every building, but rather that it doesn't make sense to take all these structures that used to be legal to build and then make them not legal. The reason that we did that was because we were racist. Like as a country, we were like, you know what we don't want? We don't want no black people here. And so we made rules that made it really difficult to build less expensive housing, because if you can build less expensive housing, then you can afford it, because black people couldn't get loans, so they were like basically kept out of the housing market by keeping them by making sure that they like it wasn't possible to build things cheaply per home. So if you can build 3 units on a plot, then your cost is less, and therefore black people could actually do it, and we didn't like as a country want that. So yeah, and so we the old redlining, HOLC maps, etc. Like there's a whole history. I actually just finished listening to The Color of Law, the audiobook, which is all about the like racist history of zoning and how it was enacted and everything they did with it and so on and so forth. It was a great book, other than the subject matter. Oh no, well I don't think I want that anyway. Let's try going top. This way? What do you think? Nope, that did not work. Alright, how about this way? This is one of those things where, like, I should be able to figure this out. It shouldn't be something that I can't figure out. Okay, I'm gonna be small, actually, because I feel like being big is gonna be a problem for me. Come back out, piranha plant! Oh no! The one time I want a piranha plant to actually eat me, I can't fucking hit it. Alright. Nope. So I feel like, does it make noise or something when you go the right way? I can't remember. Yes! It's exactly the way it is. Like, this is a maze, and I have to figure out how to get through it. Yeah, and this is actually not unique to Lost Levels. World 7-4 of the original Super Mario Bros. Has the same thing. You didn't notice it so much when I did my playthrough here because I just did it... I'm not going the same way, I'm going different ways. I'm just going different ways in a stupid way. Also, I can jump, I swear. Okay, so if I go top, and then I go here and go down the second row, nothing. Okay, nothing. So I'm trying to remember where the trigger point is. Okay, so if I go the second row here and then the first row, that's not it. Also, I like World 3-4 Lost Levels map. CPG should always cheat. Open the map. Okay, across, and then the bottom, Really? Just... Okay. I mean, I'm gonna die. That's fine. Okay, so it says that I should just do this, and then I should run across the bottom. Okay, that worked. You can tell because the little fireball came up. I could have sworn I'd done that like 3 times, but whatever. Ah! Yeah, so that's actually the hard part, is that, like, here, I have to come across and make it to there. Which I don't know how you do that. Oh, maybe I don't have to do that, I can just come around the end. Okay, we got it. No problem. I lost 1 life, not the end of the world. So this one is actually really simple. It's you go across the bottom, and then you go across the bottom. And I don't know how I didn't pick up on that. Oh, because I fucked up. Okay, that's why. Because I kept doing that naturally because I'm afraid of falling. Okay, here, bottom. And the bottom. That's right, Freeze. You got it. Ah! Okay. You tried your best. You tried and you failed. The lesson is never try. Okay, so then I come here and go up here. Ah! I definitely did not just die to that fire stick. Definitely did not happen in the slightest. Everything is fine. Fuck! It reset. How did I fuck that up? Okay, so I come here, jump up here, and then I come down here. Nope. Oh, no, okay, because I'm wrong. Alright. Alright. I'm just give me a moment. It's fine. It's fine. Nope, it's not fine. Okay. Oh, nope. How do I make that jump? Ugh! Ugh! Yeah. Maybe I have to do that from the ground? Can I make that jump from the ground? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Maybe it does. Let's find out. There's no double jump. This isn't Street Fighter. Or Sonic the Hedgehog. Jetpack. Mario Jetpack. Learn how to use a hex editor. Just jump him up there. Ugh! Aha! Well, see, this is what I mean. Like, how was I supposed to know that? Seriously? What the fuck? Whatever. Trolley game. Boom. Done. Jetpacked my way to glory. Did you notice I'm wearing the YouTube Gaming 1-year anniversary shirt? Because I didn't notice that until I was sitting down to stream, and I was like, that's cool. I'm going to wear that. Other things that I do, I have a TV show now. I broadcast every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. on the local community access channel, where I have a show called Renters Matter, Cambridge politics from that was broken, from the perspective of a renter. You have to watch what you eat. I have to watch what I eat too. Don't eat bad mushrooms. Oh God, bad mushrooms. Oh God, spiky. Oh God, I'm trapped. All right, perfect. What? No! God damn it. I'm so bad at this game. Oh, that was so good. Oh God. I was like, I finally escaped. Everything is fine. Nope, I was wrong. Yeah, so Renters Matter. I think it's on YouTube. I think if you search for Renters Matter on YouTube, you'll probably find it. Renters Matter. Yeah, there we go. It's a TV show. I'm actually a couple episodes behind on uploading, but yeah. So I broadcast things from a perspective of renter. I've talked a lot about housing issues, and now I've kind of run housing issues to the ground. I actually started it because there's an old boomer in town who runs a TV show called Cambridge Inside Out, where he does an analysis of politics from the perspective of a 50-year-old old guy who thinks that young kids should shut up and take their medicine. And I was like, I'm kind of tired of this dude being the only voice of politics in Cambridge, and so I decided that I would like take a step up and do the work of making my own TV show. I need to get a co-host or something, because like talking to yourself in a room for a TV show is about as interesting as talking to yourself in a YouTube channel with nobody there, and that's not as fun. So wow. So I love that I have all of you here, but there is no live chat for CCTV, and I have not figured out the way that I want to fix that problem yet. So oh, I actually hit him and I rewinded. Don't do that. There we go. Perfect plan. No problem. I should not run for president. I should not run for anything. I shouldn't even run for city council, because I would be very sad that people didn't vote for me. So. Oh, I can't believe I made that. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, the reality is, and I've actually done a couple of tweet threads on this, is like, he just does not realize, that like the economy is very different than when he was a kid. And so he was like talking about, he was talking about, I don't know, something in local politics, and he was like, I really think that politics should really be from people who are invested in the town, and the implication that he gave was something along the lines of like people who own property. Like that was his version of investment in the town, was people who own property. And he just got dunked on by so many people who are younger, because like owning property in Cambridge, like the minimum price of buying something in Cambridge is like $650,000. Like you can't buy a studio condo for less than 600 grand. And it's like, how do you expect someone who is under the age of 35 to do that? Like, and the thing that he's missing is not just the price has gone up, which he knows, but really he does not get that you can't save. Like, if you are under the age of 35, now I can't, right? Like, okay, set aside the top 5% of people. Like, 95% of people do not live in an economy where they can save money. Like, I am super privileged, and what? I don't know what happened. Okay, that wasn't my fault. I don't know what that was, but that wasn't my fault. Something about this ROM or the emulation or something fucked up. Yeah, I do not know. I'm using an emulator, and maybe that shows, because that definitely did not happen when I was playing this on the Switch. So, I mean, not that the Switch isn't just an emulator anyway, but... Oh god. Yeah, that's fucked up. Something... There's some corrupt memory in there somewhere. God damn it. Leave me alone, fucking flying Koopas. There we go. Ah! See, like, also that pipe is weird. It's just like hanging in midair. I don't know if I like that. Well, yeah, because I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is going on? I didn't do this. I don't deserve this. I mean, I deserve a lot of things, but not that. Yeah, that's right. It's not porn, it's HBO. Wait, no, that's a different thing. But yeah, so I did this whole thread about how, like, the modern... Basically, like, if you got your first job after 2008, like, if you came out of college and into the workforce after that, like, you came into a very different and broken economy. Like we're dealing with kind of late stage capitalism with a massive agglomeration of capital resources to the top N%, as predicted by Marx. I've been reading like Marxist economic theory at the moment because I'm like trying to figure out a whole union thing, and yeah, so reading Marx sucks, don't get me wrong, but regardless of that, both Marx... What the fuck? Like... That... I don't know if this is right. It doesn't feel right. I do find it amusing that people react to Mario as if it's Super Mario Maker. It's not Super Mario Maker! God damn it. There you go. Okay. So is this wrong? Okay. So that clearly is wrong. Maybe I have to go down the pipe to the left instead. Ah! Karl Marx supplier. That's pretty good. Okay, so I think I'm gonna try going down here. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. I don't remember this. 5-2 world map, lost levels. Yeah, that's supposed to take me to the right place. What the fuck? Just a moment, sorry. I'm just confused. All right. Yeah, so anyway, so there's a huge amount of like capital like accumulation that has happened that has really made, as a result of like, and the recession kind of was a trigger of all these things that has left a lot of people, like the gig economy is now how everyone like is, I mean, employed. Like chronic underemployment is a real like drastic thing, and yeah, people are employed, but they're employed doing things that are not actually providing them a living wage, much less a wage that can allow them to save anything. So it's a really shitty situation, and it's really hard to explain to someone who doesn't want to see it that this is what's going on, because, you know, he just doesn't have any interest and doesn't really care. He owns property. Like, he owns a triple-decker in Cambridge, which means he's got a $1.5 million investment. This is fucked. Alright, I'm gonna go to World 7. Like, clearly this ROM was the wrong choice, because there's like 27 choices in the pack that I have, but this is clearly the busted one, so I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'll just take the warp pipe, or try to. And this Hammer Brother is coming at me. Alright, so how can I get up here? Hello, Professor Pie! Thinking. There's no way I can make it up there. Yeah, it has been. So that was my other big hobby. I did all of this stuff for the, alright, I'm gonna try, we'll go back through World 1, we'll see if when we get to 5.2, we run into the same problem. Maybe we won't run into it again because it was some weird fucked up state that won't repeat. I think that's unlikely, but it's possible. We'll find out. Fuck. Oh, come on! Seriously? That's not even touching me. That was. I got no excuses on that one. No, probably no CPG rant. I'm just doing catch up at this point. Oh, come on! Anyway, there we go. I made it, sort of, after the 73rd try. Oh, lost myself a chance at an extra life. Yeah, it's 10:20. I don't know. We could do a CPG rant on something maybe, but I don't have one planned. This whole thing's basically a CPG rant. But yeah, so I had avoided Numtot for a while. I basically became an urbanist, meaning that I now have very strong feelings on development of houses, eliminating parking minimums. I have strong feelings on the need for more homes, on the need for more homes that are affordable, but I've recognized that affordability only comes when there's enough of something. Like, you can't supply and demand your way out of something. And I started a TV show that wanted to look at things from a renter's perspective because I got really tired of this 50-year-old boomer telling me, like, why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and buy a triple-decker? And it's like, a triple-decker costs $1.5 million, buddy. Like, where do you think I'm going to get the money to be able to put a down payment on that? Like, even if I go for a 10% down payment, that means I need to come up with $150,000, which I'm going to do how exactly? Or the typical person's going to do how exactly? And you think that the only people who should have an opinion in local politics are the people who have invested in their community by doing that? It's like, just all of these really bad takes on how the world works that make me really, really frustrated in how, you know, he looks at it. Yeah, this game's fucked. Alright, I'm gonna go on to Super Mario Bros. 3, and maybe we'll come back and play a different ROM of this game later. No. Yeah, and it's, I mean, it's not, it was such a, I mean, this is such a bad take, I have to go, like, actually find it. Twitter, Robert 02139, no, from, is that right? Okay. In 2008, we burned the economy down, and out of the ashes, we built something much worse. Okay, so here's the thing that I was looking for. One would hope that most who seek election will have been living here for long enough to know the city, and one would hope that during those years, they have done what it takes to build some equity, i.e. buy a home. So basically, it says, like, you shouldn't be able to run for office unless you own a home, which is bad. It's just bad. Like, Cambridge is a city that is 66% renters. Yeah, politics has never been taboo. Yes. People are wrong on the internet. And Robert Winters is definitely one of them. So the reason I have a TV show is because Robert Winters is not just wrong on the internet, he's wrong on TV. Now, granted, he's wrong on TV, and then he uploads it to YouTube, which is probably where most people watch it, because who the fuck watches community access television, but from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. on a Wednesday, or on a Monday every week? Like, nobody. But that doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it is safe to assume that I am not a Trump fan. That is correct. There are people who yeah, Bloomberg, that's it. No, I am supporting Warren in this election. I am disappointed that Castro doesn't have a chance in hell of making it anywhere in the general election. I will be hopefully voting for Bernie by the time the general election comes around, but at this point it seems likely it'll be Biden, and I will pinch my nose and spend a lot more time campaigning for people down ballot because fuck that guy. I mean, in this case, it's not only homeowners can vote, it's only homeowners can run for office, which is not a defense of the statement, because I think it is still bonkers, but it's just acknowledging what it actually says. Yeah, initially I had planned to play with warps, but given it's only 10:30 and I plan on streaming for another 3 hours, maybe I'll just play through the whole game. It's funny because, like, in 2016, I was not at all a Sanders supporter, and now, like, some of it is that I think Sanders has actually changed enough of his, kind of the things that I found most problematic about him. I think he's actually changed his tune a little bit on, like, race-related issues, which were some of the things that made me most upset before. But also, it is hard to look back at the myself of 2016 and be like, wow, you were all in for Hillary, weren't you? That's silly. Can a local politician afford to buy a home where I live? So a Cambridge City Councilor makes, other than the mayor, makes $80,000 a year. Now, it's unclear whether Cambridge City Council is intended to be a full-time or a part-time job. Historically, it was a part-time job. Like, being a city councilor was not a full-time job. In 2013, it was actually the case that for a long time, one of the Cambridge City councilors, who's been on the council for 30 years at this point, was actually both a Cambridge City councilor, which is a part-time job, or maybe a part-time job, as well as the state rep. Like, he did both of those. So he was the state rep for his district as well as the city council rep. And state rep is definitely a part-time job. It only pays $45,000 a year, so you can't, like, live on that anywhere. It's like barely minimum wage. And so in 2013, he actually lost re-election to the state house, in part because the person he was running against, like, campaigned on the idea that you shouldn't do this and another job. So basically that kind of set the standard, as far as I can tell, for being a Cambridge City Councilor being a full-time job, but the pay didn't go up when that changed. And $80,000 is the median income, but you can't, like, have a family, and you know, if you're renting, and let's just imagine that you're renting, and you're renting just a one-bedroom apartment. A one-bedroom apartment is going to cost you $2,200 a month. So if you're living on your own, let's just imagine, if you're living on your own, you're going to pay $26,000 a year in rent, which makes you rent burdened. So, like, you can't afford to, as far as, like, typical standard definitions of rent, to afford to live in Cambridge if you're a Cambridge politician. But yeah, so Cambridge politicians, almost all of them, the reason that they can afford to be Cambridge politicians is because they already own homes. Or maybe work other jobs. Again, it's not clear to me. I think all of them are, like, this is their only job, and they own homes. So, yeah, median in Cambridge is, I think, $2,600, but that includes, it depends on the size of apartment. Yeah, I mean, Mathers, I really think it really... So, one, $80,000 a year is the median income. So, you know, that's relevant, because I think you also don't pay $2,200 a month in rent, for example. So I think it would be really hard. It would be really hard for anyone who is, so for example, the person that I helped campaign for in this election, who won, is a 27-year-old renter. He shares an apartment with 4 other people. He currently works for a land policy think tank. It's unclear to me whether he intends to keep that job part-time, all the time, like what his plan is now that he's going to be a city councilor. But if he was trying to live on his own, that would be really difficult on the salary that he makes. Like, it's just really expensive to live here. And so I think that, and keep in mind that in order to put a down payment on a house, again, if he wanted to buy someplace, a one-bedroom place, he'd be looking at, you know, $650,000 to $750,000 for a studio, and so he would have to save $70,000 in down payment. He'd have to save more than a year's worth of salary as a down payment, which is not crazy, except for the fact that he can't save a lot of money when he doesn't do that. Oh, did I say or anywhere? I didn't mean or anywhere. I don't know what I was saying. Yeah. Yeah, well, and this is part of the, like, Cambridge, yeah. Yeah, so in Cambridge, if you make up to $120,000, for example, you can be on the waiting list for low-income housing. Like, there is housing up to income levels of, like, 80% of median income. If you're a family of 4 making $120,000 a year in income, you are eligible for housing assistance, but the waiting list to get that housing is a decade long. Like, literally, there are 20,000 people on the list, and they fill about 2,000 of those spots a year. So it will take you about a decade to get access to housing. That is, like, you know, income assisted or whatever else like that. So it's like, okay, great. Like, we have these programs that help people, you know, afford housing, but they can't actually afford housing that way. So, so frustrating. Anyway, so yeah, living in Cambridge is very expensive, and a Cambridge politician could almost certainly barely afford to rent here on their own. And in reality, the way that most people achieve that is that they bought their houses a while ago. As with everything else, it's not. It's just, I don't know. So angering. So angering. What was I thinking? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, so Jeevan is the new person that we helped get elected. He's a renter, so he's going to be the second renter on the council, and really the first real renter, because the other one is like a former person who just sold his condo for $1.5 million, and now he rents in Cambridge. And I don't know exactly why he does that, but that's not exactly the same type of renter as the average, like, you know, renter in Cambridge. Cambridge is a young population. The median age is 33 or 34. It is 66% renters. It is 20,000 students between Harvard, MIT, Lesley University, etc. So it's a very, very young population, very renter-centric population. And Mr. Boomer, like, someone should have been here long enough to invest before they could become a politician in Cambridge, can just go suck an egg. Hello, Happy Penguin. Yeah, and that's the case for a lot of people, right? Like 50% of your paycheck means you're heavily rent burdened, and this is a rising case in so many places because we're not creating more housing. And so if we look at Cambridge's history, right? If we look at basically how housing has developed in Cambridge over the past 100 years, Cambridge last hit its peak population pre-war, 1920, 1930, somewhere around there was its peak census year. And at the time, households were a lot bigger, so the average number of people per household was, instead of 2.1 like it is now in Cambridge, was more like 3 to 4, because families have been getting smaller, and so we basically haven't created much housing since then. Overall, although, like, Cambridge has added, ignoring the last decade, where things have changed a little bit, like, Cambridge added, like, 10% new housing over the past 100 years. So since 1920, when zoning was introduced, we basically added very little new housing. Up through then, there would be years where we'd add like 1,000 new properties would be built out in 1 year. And so like in 1934, there were literally like hundreds of properties that were developed out. I think 953 or something like that was the peak year that I can remember off the top of my head. And those properties have just continued to be part of the housing stock, but we haven't had any year like that since then. So Cambridge is now back up to adding like 1,000 units per year, but it's 1,000 units in like 20 properties. So, you know, just the sheer volume of the number of homes that are created, like, you know, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 homes in a year is so much higher. And so, like, and Cambridge, because of, like, its massive biotech industry, is, like, a hugely desirable place to live, right? And I said, like, one of the best things that you could do in order to make Cambridge more affordable would be, like, bulldoze MIT and Harvard. Like, it would definitely reduce the demand to live in Cambridge. Not sure it's a good idea, but, you know, it would achieve that. I think it would be wiser for us to just build housing, and the reason we can't build housing is because we made it illegal. We made it illegal so that we could keep black people from having houses. Like, that was the goal. And there's a lot of people who say things like, oh, well, like, if you want to be able to afford housing, like, you should just move further out. But it's like, well, the jobs are here. Like, the jobs are in Cambridge and Boston and on the Red Line. And so, like, if I move further out, that means that I'm talking about, like, okay, great, like, I can get a home, but in order to, like, get to my job, now I'm an hour and a half commute away. And we haven't, like, maintained the public transit system. And so the entire public transit system is falling apart, literally, like, derailing and, you know, having, like, I literally watched, as I went to the subway on, like, the last day that I worked this year, like, I literally walked in to find them doing, like, track repairs. So, like, literally falling apart. The state is not investing money in it. And so, as the public transit system has fallen further and further behind, people have started not depending on it. And so there's more driving, and we've gotten rid of the HOV lanes because people think if you add more lanes, traffic will get better, even though it doesn't. And so it's just a whole mess of just all these interrelated things. And it's just a nightmare. Yeah, well, and Baker's the most popular fucking governor in the goddamn country for God knows what reason. This guy is an utter ass who's like a Republican who somehow continues to get elected, and I do not understand. It's so terrible. So there's all these interrelated problems. And then it's like, okay, well, let's, you know, add bike lanes. Well, if we add bike lanes, then, you know, we have to take away parking, and if we take away parking, then people get all upset, and we don't have, like, community, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very, oh, yeah, exactly the same here, Org. And so I looked, and I was like, okay, is there any place in the entire metro region where two incomes, like two, what? I was jumping on top of it. What the fuck? Fuck that. I'm not taking that death line down. I'm gonna rewind right over that one because that was cheap. And so, like, I looked and I was like, if you had two minimum income earners at 40 hours a week, which, by the way, it's hard to find a minimum wage job that gives you 40 hours a week. Like, that's a legitimately difficult thing. Again, we go back to the economy is fucking broken. Ever since 2008, everything is like, oh, well, we need to, you know, not give you full-time hours because then we'll have to give you healthcare and all other kinds of bullshit like that, right? So, like, even if you did, though, if you had two full-time minimum wage income earners, is there any place on the commuter rail where you could afford a 3-bedroom apartment? So, like, a family with 2 kids. Would you be able to do that? And I found that there are 7. Like, there are literally, like, I looked, and there are 7 apartments that are within, like, on the commuter rail, in town served by the commuter rail, which have apartments that you could afford on 2 full-time minimum wage incomes. And again, that would bring you up to about the median income. And so basically, like, no one can afford to live here on the median income. And that's like, it's garbage. It's garbage. So the median income, I think, for a 2-family household in the Boston area is around 85,000, 85 to 90,000, something like that. Yeah, well, and part of it is that, like, a second or third job oftentimes doesn't do it. So someone posted on Facebook today, they were like, how many jobs do you have? And people were like, yeah, I have 4. Like, I have to have 4 because I can't get by with fewer than 4 because they're all part-time and they all have different hours and they all have different, like, all these other things. So I just have to work whatever hours they feel like giving me because there's no other way I can make ends meet. Now, I don't fully understand how you balance the hours of 4 full-time jobs or 4 jobs, but... Well, so minimum wage is higher in Massachusetts. So I think that here we're $11.50 an hour now. I could be wrong. I might be. I don't know. I did math at one point, and maybe I am saying things wrong. And if so, it's not intentional. Now that I'm thinking about it, then you are making me think that I'm wrong. That 2 minimum wage incomes is not the median, but it's been a while. Yeah, and well, it's just like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Just like, I don't know. And then, you know, so the third thing that I've been spending time on recently has been organizing my workplace. So I don't know if people have noticed, but there's been a couple of people fired from Google. One of them was a very close friend of mine who worked in the Cambridge office. So there have been 5 people fired by Google, basically for organizing in one way or another, in my opinion, and their opinion, and their lawyer's opinion, over the past month. And that's not okay. You know, I understand that Google wants to change some of their how they do business, and they want to change like how much information and access and control that their employees have, but like firing people for organizing around workplace conditions is something that you should not be able to do, like that you are not able to do legally. Now, of course, their argument is like, that's not what we fired them for, but I just disagree. So working with my coworkers to build up support networks so that we can help each other achieve better outcomes and do better things has been a big part of how I've been spending my time recently. So I've been doing that for a while, but you know, when one of the people that I was doing that with gets fired, it obviously raises the profile a little bit, and now that's happened to a couple different people, so. Oh, which one? Somebody got a pink slip? I don't know who this is. David Drummond? Did David Drummond get a pink slip? Do I go for the 4th one here? I don't remember which one I go to. Not the 3rd one, apparently. Oh, I mean, so the Android guy was fired, but that was actually what led to the walkout. So that was a year ago. Was that, oh, what was his name? Rubin, Andy Rubin. Yeah, so Andy Rubin got fired back in November of 2018. And that was what led to the Google walkout. So the Google walkout, oh, that's right. God, I forgot about like a whole advocacy thing that I've been doing. So one of the other things that I've been doing is working on ending forced arbitration. And so ending forced arbitration, I got a chance to go to DC. I got a chance to meet with like House reps and other folks. Did I just do the same thing twice? Maybe I did. I'll do this. Yeah, I would love to be fired too. Like, please fire me. Please fire me. I will quit Google for 1/10 of what you paid Andy Rubin to leave. Like, please. Yeah, so he was paid out almost $100 million in order to leave the company, which is pretty ridiculous. Now, the reason is because he had like an existing stock bonus payout, whatever that was supposed to be $150 million, but that $150 million was negotiated only like 3 months before he left by the founders of the company, who presumably had a little bit of knowledge of like what was going on around then. It feels very sketchy to me. The whole thing's super sketchy. And it pissed a lot of us off. So that was like the first major wave. I mean, it's the first major wave, I think, of kind of even moderately striking tech workers at that scale. Like, there were 20,000 people who walked out of the office on one day. Like, 20,000 tech workers have not walked out of an office anywhere. Like, 20,000 workers haven't walked out of an office anywhere in the US in ages. I won't, like, France has a bunch of striking and everything else like that, so I shouldn't say anywhere, but like, that was huge. And so this year, in the past 2 years, there's just been a ton of like tech evangelism. There's actually a whole website that just came out, put out by the Tech Workers Coalition about this, that's talking about, like, you know, how the growing tech worker movement, and how tech workers are realizing like they are workers too, and workers need rights even if they are well paid, and that like not being harassed by your boss is actually a right that maybe we should fight to defend, and so on and so forth. I will say, you know, while trickle-down economics is like bullshit, and I totally understand that, I do think it's worth noting that there are aspects in which filtering does occur, and this matters to me in the like housing space, because this is a big fight that we get into a lot. Oh no, my backwards stopped working. That's unfortunate. Just go over here and do this. All right. So one thing that I used to like not understand as well in housing is that like when you build new rich people houses, what happens is that the people who are in the rich people who are currently in non-rich people houses will leave, and they will go live in rich people houses instead. And this is something that they've actually done a fair amount of study on, is that in housing, filtering is generally what it's called, is something that happens pretty much immediately. Like, you will have basically like building a new fancy rich person place will about like 1/4 of the number of like fancy rich people places will be people moving from within the town, who will then open up the places they live now, which are usually lower cost. And so, like, for example, one of my Google coworkers recently moved out of a place, and it was like a 3rd-story walk-up in South Boston, which he's lived in for a while. And so he moved out to this like brand new building, and he said that part of the reason was because he well, that doesn't work very well. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, well, so gentrification is generally the idea of taking an existing... Like, gentrification is the idea of changing over existing kind of low-income communities to be higher-income communities, which is one thing that happens, one outcome of building more high-income buildings. But sometimes they're built in, like in Boston, a lot of them are built in like old industrial places and other stuff like that, where they're not really affecting the neighborhood. And you've got this idea that, okay, cool, we've got these new apartment buildings that rich people can move into. They don't get in the way of the people who already live there. And when those people move out, they're going to open up something that's lower cost. So he moved from a a condo he's selling for $850,000 to an apartment he bought for $1 million or whatever it was, because he works at Google and he can do that. And so that's an example of like how filtering works, is that when you make those brand new spaces, which he wanted to live in because, you know, he's tired of everything being broken down and not having an elevator and everything else like that. So hello, villain, welcome. Oh, god damn it. So it's not really trickle-down economics necessarily, but it is, like, filtering is a meaningful and important part of understanding why creating new market rate housing is a valuable way to create more housing all the way down the market, is that, you know, when a wealthy Googler moves out of his place and opens up a condo, and then someone slightly less wealthy buys that, and someone slightly less wealthy buys that. So for every 100 units you create at the top of the market, you're opening up low-income units at the bottom of the market for like 25% of that. Now, this doesn't help people who can't afford anything. You know, this goes back to there are people who really just cannot afford any kind of housing. Like, they don't have any money. There's people who literally don't make any money. They're disabled, they're anything else like that. So you've got to create stuff for them too, and that's where you get into my like 20-year-long waiting list problem, where, you know, obviously waiting 20 years for housing while you're living on the street, not so great, and so you don't want to have that be the case. So you've got to find ways to create more housing that is not market rate housing. In Boston area, that's done a lot by nonprofits or by public housing departments or other things like that, although public housing has a whole lot of like racist bullshit about it because, you know, poor people could live there, so they basically made it really shitty because poor people meant black people, and they didn't want to have that happening. So, yep, absolutely. And this is like property taxes going up drastically is a real issue for a lot of people. In California, they have one approach to this, which is basically you kind of lock in your property taxes when you buy your house. And they only go up like a certain percentage per year, no matter what. In Massachusetts, states or cities are only allowed to raise property taxes a certain amount without getting a vote from the people. And so you're only allowed to raise them like 2.5% per year without having people vote on it, stuff like that. So there's lots of different ways to kind of look at making sure that people can afford to live here even with property taxes. In Cambridge, property taxes are so low because we've built like this entire commercial empire, and commercial property is taxed much higher than residential property, where like all of these biotech companies and Google and everything else like that pay a huge amount of the actual property taxes. I am not saying that Prop 13 is good, but I do think on the whole, I think Prop 13 is problematic. However, I do think that the stated goal, and a goal that it does achieve, is keeping property taxes stable for people who own homes. That doesn't help renters at all, and the fact that it applies to like commercial industry stuff, it seems very wrong to me. Like, I understand trying to keep seniors in their homes, although I think that keeping everyone's property taxes fixed. What the fuck? That was a perfectly fine jump. Keeping everyone's property taxes fixed when what you want to do is help seniors seems flawed. But of course, like, you could solve this problem by just redistributing that money from state income taxes. Like, it's not like the only way in the world to make money is property taxes. In fact, one of my friends who's on the Somerville school committee basically believes that property taxes are just bad. Like, their property taxes shouldn't exist. They certainly shouldn't be used to fund schools because they produce these outcomes where, based on a weird property line, like suddenly like one town is way richer than the other because Kendall Square happened to be 200 feet from the Somerville property line and has all these commercial businesses. So yeah, that's Prop 13, Leif. That's what that is. Oh god. Anyway, yeah, so I have been reading a bunch of labor history books, and looking at a bunch of... God damn it. I hate that. Yeah, so I've been reading about, no. Oh, okay, that's fine. Reading about formation of unions in the 1880s, the strike for the 8-hour workday. God damn. One thing that I'm really amazed by is that, like, I had failed to realize the extent to which, like, socialist political beliefs were really mainstream in, like, the 1930s, like, the before McCarthyism and communism and all this stuff. Yeah, so, like before the Red Scare, that socialism was just like a mainstream political ideology that people got voted for, and all this other stuff is something that I knew logically, like, and rationally, but hearing all of these, like, a socialist candidate was elected to the city council and then did XYZ thing is like, huh, that's like not a thing that I realized happened a lot. So, so trying to organize our workplace to have more more tools available for workers to help protect each other is a goal. Organizing Cambridge to actually build some goddamn housing is a goal. Sadly, this will probably be my last lease in Cambridge. I will probably have to move away from town after my lease is up now. Prices are going up too much. I can't afford it anymore. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I love this house. I really, really do. But by the time I've got a 2-year lease now, and by the time my lease renewal comes through after that, it's gonna be probably $4,000 a month, and it does not make sense to pay $4,000 a month for the two of us. It's not a lot cheaper in other places, and I'll be trading off some quality of life, but it's just $50,000 a year just for housing doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Well, so I think Professor Pi, like, one aspect of this, and again, I am no expert in Prop 13 or California politics in general. It feels like there's a whole lot of weirdness there that people get very upset at me that I don't know about, but you could just use this as an excuse to move away from property taxes as a source of income, right? Like, there's no reason that property taxes has to be the way that towns get money. Like, you could go with a redistributed, like, California already has progressive income taxing, and so you could raise the income tax, lower it for, you know, lower income, like, raise the income tax on the high end, lower it on the low end, and just get rid of property taxes in general and outlaw them or something like that if you wanted to. It seems like a thing you could do. And then that would get rid of the disparity now between, like, modern homes and non-modern homes, which is, I think, the biggest issue with it. Sure, corporate tax rate too. Like, whatever. Well, so, like, income tax, I think that, like, I mean, the top income tax in California is, like, 13% or something like that, and it's progressive, right? So, like, you don't even if you're paying the 13% tax bracket, it's not like you're paying 13% on all of your money. So, like, on incomes more than $50 million a year or something like that, you could imagine doing a higher income tax bracket. And sure, I don't know what numbers would make sense. So maybe there's whatever. The problem with corporate tax rates is corporations tend to be really good at getting out of corporate taxes, and the more you charge them, the more better they are at them. So it may work, but it may not. I don't know. That would be my concern. And yes, it turns out I am not perfect. I cannot answer all questions. But yeah, I mean, I think that the reality is that for someone who believes that we should be building more housing, I definitely think that giving protections to properties that are older doesn't make sense, because I think that we should have more new properties. And when you give tax breaks to old properties and not to new properties, like, I feel like that's bad. You don't want to do that, because then it discourages people from making new properties, and that's what I actually want. So that's what everything's about incentives. Everything's about finding ways to incentivize the behavior that I think is best. All right, both of you come over here. Thank you. Oh no! I was like, I got it. I'm through, but I was not through. Okay. Come here, buddy. Let's do it. Boom. And boom. But yes, it is true. I do not know the context of everything that happens in Silicon Valley. Well, I mean, again, I don't have strong feelings about any of this. I think that it is a choice. It is definitely clear to me that commercial property owners being protected by Prop 13 feels like just a bad design. I generally speaking don't feel like you should give corporate owners any of those types of protections because they just don't make sense. Like the reason that Prop 13 makes sense for like elderly families and everything else is because those are families where they're on a fixed income, where changing the amount that they pay is something where they don't have any tools that they can use to achieve and pay those higher rates. A corporation obviously should be making more money than they did before. Inflation, like they have more income coming in, so I am generally in favor of protecting those who don't have more income coming in more so than those who do. That's the simple thing. Yeah, 55 is the like senior discount age here in Cambridge too, which I agree seems generous, but that's now you're into the land of like, here are weird things that, oh god, when you're changing things, try not to change too much at once. Doesn't matter a lot to me because I'll never be able to afford to own property. Because I like living in cities, and living in cities will never again be affordable to anyone my age or younger. I'm hopefully exaggerating, but it's what it feels like right now. I guess I own some property. I own most of my car at this point. I think I figured that out recently. I've crossed the halfway mark on that loan. I also just bought Alicia a car. In the process of buying Alicia a car, I decided never again to spend less than $5,000 on a used car. By the time you're trying to spend less than $3 grand, you are into the realm of now you are only dealing with skeevy, creepy people. So don't do that. I mean, it's not that bad, but it was definitely like, I learned you can't buy a used car quickly. The process will take weeks. It does not matter if you need one right away. It is likely that when you are trying to buy a cheap used car that you are going to get what you pay for in customer service at least, even if you may not get it in other ways. So yeah, so I bought her a 2005 Mazda 3 with 172,000 miles on it. So it has so far been about a month and it hasn't fallen apart yet, so that's good. Is this gonna take me? Oh, cool, it does. Good. Yeah, statewide rent control is one of those things that's a huge bugbear issue in like YIMBY circles, because there's been a lot of economic history around kind of strict price controls. Like, the reality is that strict price controls are not the ideal way to make sure that something doesn't cost money. What that has historically produced in a lot of ways, and you can see this in a lot of San Francisco's rent control stuff, has included a lot of like poor maintenance and other shit like that. as people just basically, they're like, well, I'm not going to make any more money from this, therefore I'm not going to maintain it, etc., etc. And that's bad. More importantly, though, it can inhibit supply, because basically one of the ways that people are incentivized to build more buildings is that, like, if they know they can make a lot more money on it. And so this is something that, like, by taking away some of the profit margin on new buildings, there's a fear that people won't build new buildings, and if they won't build new buildings, then we can't have more housing, etc., etc. Now, I think that that doesn't apply to the rules that both Oregon and now California have passed. Both of those rules are not the standard, like, the price never goes up rent control of New York. They're not something where you have to look at this and be like, oh god, we're never going to build another apartment building. And I think California's only applies to buildings before 2001 or something along those lines. So I'm not super worried about it. I think that the rates that they're locked in at, they're more anti-gouging rules than they are like strict price controls. I think that that's a reasonable thing. But it is an area where kind of strict market urbanists get upset at me. They're like, how can you be a YIMBY if you support rent control? And I'm like, well, because I think that we're in the middle of a crisis, and when you're in the middle of a crisis, you have to take all of the tools that you have. That doesn't mean that I want to limit supply. My biggest goal is to build more houses, because the best form of rent control is having enough places for people to goddamn live. But you have to get there, and it's going to take decades to get there, so we got to do something else. So yeah, I think in the future I've made my rule. So the Massachusetts lemon laws don't apply to anything with more than 125,000. So I think that's going to be my rule for next time, is I am not going to look at anything with more than 125,000 miles on it. It also explains why cars with 125,000 miles on them or less cost about $2,000 more than cars with more than 125,000 miles on them. So I learned a lot of things in the process. Mostly I learned stop being so goddamn cheap. I should have just put more money up, but I didn't have the cash at the time to do more than what I did, so I did what I did. Whoa! That was weird. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like, I keep running into, I think just recently I was having an argument with somebody on Facebook, and he was complaining that, like, this Beverly Hills development that people are happy about, like, it has, you know, like an average of 2 parking spaces per bedroom, and I was like, wow, that kind of sucks. And then I realized that the rules for the area that they're in say that you have to have 1 parking space per bedroom in Beverly Hills, and an extra one once you're more than 3. So like 3 bedrooms requires 4 parking spaces, and 4 bedrooms requires 5 per house. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you have to have 5 parking spaces for a 4-bedroom house? Like, I don't understand that. Like, I am, I think there's a lot of shitty unions. No, not everybody has a car. like, especially if you're in a household of, like, a 4-bedroom household. Like, most 4-bedroom households are, like, families that have, like kids. It's okay that some developments have that. Like, it's okay for someone to say, like, okay, we're gonna build this much. But, like, another thing is that, like, in all of these places that have these ridiculous off-street parking requirements, they have a ton of empty street parking too. Like, it's crazy. Oh my god. But yeah, in Beverly Hills, like, this isn't an urban area. This is, like, in, I mean, it's not like downtown LA. I don't actually have any idea where Beverly Hills is. Allow me to pretend I have any idea what I'm talking about. But, like, sure, you're not right on the train. You're not whatever. But you're not gonna have. I mean, it was on the other side of the country, Lynn. So part of the flaw that I had was that I was trying to do it quick, right? Like Alicia wanted a car quick. She had broken up with her boyfriend for a couple of days, and I was like, okay, and she'd been borrowing his car to drive to work, and so I was like, okay, maybe if I get her the car quickly, like she will stay broken up with the boyfriend. It would not have worked. Even if she already had a car, because it just wouldn't have. But that was my thought process, was like, okay, like I need to do this quick. I need to have a car like in the next like 2 or 3 days. Like let me just do this quick. And that's when I realized, like, this is like, I went to go test drive a car, and they're like, oh, okay, cool. And I'm like, but it has the check engine light on. And they're like, oh yeah, it'll take us 3 to 5 days to fix that once you give us a deposit. And I'm like, well, I'm not really sure that, like, that I want to give a deposit, because I don't know what it's going to run like after you fix it. Like, it's not going to be the same thing. So, like, and they can't sell you a car that's, like, has the check engine light on. Like, that was a thing. But then they also, and this is why I say, like, paying bottom of the barrel, you're dealing with bottom of the barrel, like, used car dealerships. And there was not just one, there were multiple of them that were like this. And it's just, I don't know. I'm babbling about this. It was a terrible experience. Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. Like, every place is different, and I shouldn't apply my politics to every other place. Do you know that this is the only place in the entire Super Mario Bros. 3 game where there's a Goomba shoe? Like, it's this, like, iconic thing that has become so popular in, like, you know, Super Mario Maker games and everything else like that. And I had not realized that there's only one level it's in, and it's this one, and I just lost it. That was my whole Goomba shoe experience right there. No more Goomba shoe. Oh! I lied. All right, I can rewind. Huh, there we go. Anyway, yeah, so whatever. We bought the car. It's got 170,000 miles on it. I still feel pretty committed. Like, they didn't actually fix the thing I told them to fix, which is that there's like a slight knock in the front left wheel well that I really wanted to know what it was. And they didn't tell me, and I told them to fix it, and they said, oh yeah, everything's fixed, and then they didn't fix it. But I at that point, I was just like so done and just wanted to walk away. So I walked away. Like, in hindsight, I should have expanded my region search more, like been willing to drive up to New Hampshire, been willing to call around a couple more places. I probably could have gotten a better deal. Like, I spent $3 grand. It was listed for $2,350, but then there's a $500 mandatory documentation fee that, you know, you only find out like after you're already like putting down a deposit, and they don't actually explicitly tell you about. They just have a sign like sitting in a corner of an office that I happened to see. So I knew what I was expecting, but I was still pissed about it because they didn't ever actually tell me. Like, the whole thing was just a terrible experience. But the car seems to be in good shape. Like, it runs really well. No rust. No, like, everything looks really good. Carfax totally clean. Never been in an accident. You know, the only problem it has at the moment is that the front driver's side window doesn't work. Like, the driver's side window motor doesn't work, but they're actually like, we bought the switch, like, just bring it back down sometime and we'll fix it. So Alicia can get that fixed whenever she wants to drive down on a Saturday and get it fixed. It's like, I am happy with the car I bought. I'm just unhappy with the experience, and I am continue to be worried that it's going to be like cause me trouble in some way. But yeah, so I had nightmares about that experience. But yeah, so in Cambridge, like 73% of people don't drive to work. Like 73% of people like take transit or walk or bike to work. I think it's like 10% bike, like 30%, 25% walk, and 50% take transit. And so like for that, like that's my experience of living in a city. And so like I do know that like Cambridge is different than all these other cities that I'm like comparing to, but it's still just so weird to me that there's so many cars. Like, you're a city. Stop having so many cars. Do other things. Like we need to do other things because that's how like climate change gets solved. And to have you not do other things is like you're a city. Like, do your part. And Cambridge is one of the, I think it's the 4th densest city with more than 100,000 people in the country, 4th or 5th, something like that. And I still feel like we're not doing our part, so. Oh man, so that was one of the things I thought about, or was when I was buying the car, was, okay, like I was specifically buying a car that I knew was going to be more relatively easy to find parts for. It's actually one of the things I researched about the Mazda 3, which is like, yeah, like basically a shit ton of the parts that are in the 2005 Mazda 3 are exactly the same as in the modern Mazda 3. So the parts are still available. Like, it's a popular car, so there's still a bunch of them around. So I think on that front, it'll be relatively straightforward, which is good. That's definitely something that I thought about. So, Kiribou shoe. There you go. But yes, I think nobody should own cars, including me. It was actually really a disappointment that I had to. I don't think no one should own cars. That's not fair. I think that cities should discourage car ownership by providing alternative options that give people just as much mobility without owning a car. Yeah, and for the most part, Lynn, like, that's okay because most jobs are available via public transit. In fact, this has gotten much better in recent years. Like, one of the modern things in like the past decade to 15 years in Boston is that a massive amount of the Boston jobs have shifted back to being within 5 minutes of T stops, which is awesome. Which would be great if we could actually invest in the T and make it so you could actually get to work on time. Like, I totally understand that, like, it is impossible to depend on public transit for your job travel for a lot of people, and I think that we should make that better, and I feel like that should be the goal of cities. Like, you have one job. Your job is to build and maintain infrastructure and create rules that, like, encourage that infrastructure to be created and maintained that makes people's lives easier. And I don't think that people, like, I've talked to some people who think that driving is really, like, people love having the freedom of driving or whatever. And it's like, sure, there are some people who do. But mostly, a lot of people would just rather be able to hop on a bus or a train and have it get to someplace at the time it says it's going to be there regularly. Would rather be in a situation where they could actually get things that they got. So, yeah, no, absolutely. And this is really like all of my comments on like how living should be are very much about urban environments, not rural environments. Like, I don't have any compunction that I understand how to do better. And this is like, I bought Alicia a car and I didn't think twice about buying her a car. Like, she was working 45 minutes away at like, and there's no transit between those places. There's not even transit between Boston and Manchester for the most part. Like, I was literally like, okay, I've got to like buy this car and get it up to her and then get home. And I was like, the only way I could do this is like have, like, I drive the up and get her and bring her back and she takes the car back or whatever else like that. So, well, and I think that, like, yeah, so there's also two components of this. Like, one is like, I like driving, and two is the other is I like driving in traffic. And while there are a lot of people who are like, I like driving, I like being able to go point to point and get there when I want to, and blah, 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 there's relatively few people who are like, you know what I want to do today? I want to spend an hour and a half in traffic going 11 miles. And going at 11 miles in an hour and a half is now like a routine and regular part of Boston commutes. Like, that is like 93 on a normal day at this point, and that is something that no one really wants to do, I don't think. Like, it's really frustrating to go at a walking pace. God damn it. And this is also like, Alicia doesn't want to live in a city. Like, she doesn't. She is like, I don't want to live any place that is that dense. Like, she lived in Cambridge, and she just doesn't like it. and that's fine. Like, not everyone has to live the way that I want them to live. We do need to figure out a way to have more people live that way, who want to, at least, and see if that's enough. Because the other thing is that in order to fight climate change, we have to really cut down on vehicle emissions, transportation emissions, and it's hard to do that when things are spread out. So, like, that's a real concern that we've got to figure out how to do something about. But if we made living in cities affordable, I think that especially younger generation would be totally happy to do it. And the younger, like, older generations are more often retired, more often not working, etc. And so, like, maybe that would be enough. Like, maybe we could cut down on transportation emissions that way, and not have to worry about, like, forcing people to live in a way that they don't want to. Although, like, it may be that that's not enough. Like we are going to have some really troubled climate times facing us, and so on. But right now we're not even trying. Like, right now we are not seriously trying to make it more affordable to live in any major metropolitan area. The exception maybe being like Seattle. Like, Portland's passed a few rules, or Oregon's passed a few rules, California's passed a few rules. Both of those are good. Cambridge is about 5 years behind them in the housing crisis land, so I expect it'll be another 5 years before we actually see any serious movement on the housing stuff in Massachusetts, sadly. We just finished another legislative term where nothing was done, unfortunately. But like, let's try that. Let's see who wants to live in a city if they could actually afford it, rather than having to try and compete against something that is just, you know, ridiculously expensive. Fuck. Yeah, but they're trying. I mean, it's like, so Seattle, it's not to say that Seattle has somehow fixed the homeless problem. What I'm saying is that Seattle is actively building new homes at a rate that is 24 times what Boston is. Not Boston, Cambridge. Boston's actually doing relatively okay at this at the moment. Although I am really afraid that when Michelle Wu runs for mayor next time, she's going to basically nip all that in the bud, because she has gone into deep pandering mode on this front. Where she thinks that houses are too expensive because people are built, like, charging too much for them rather than because there's not enough of them. It's dumb. But yeah, like, Boston's doing pretty well at the moment, but Seattle is building 24 times as many homes per capita as Cambridge is. That's a huge difference. And as a result, like, Seattle's rents have actually gone down a couple of times, so... Yeah, I mean, just rush hour traffic is just the worst. Just the worst. So yeah, I would much rather, I mean, and again, I know not everyone's the same, not everything is the same, but I think there's a lot of people who live in the Boston area who would much rather have a reliable bus or train trip than a that was, you know, within walking distance of their house and their job, than would like to drive for an hour each way. I think so Seattle's just building everywhere. Like, their entire city is just under construction. So I don't know if they're specifically going for transit-oriented stuff, but they're just building a ton of homes. And so, like, that's where I look at, like, let's be like Seattle. Like, I like Seattle. You like Seattle? Good city. Yeah, so they haven't. But I honestly, like, there's a little bit to which that doesn't matter. Seattle doesn't have a ton of, like, Seattle has some single family zoning, but it's not, like, downtown core is mostly free of it. It's not like, you know, a lot of cities. So I think if I hit that thing, I almost always fall off, which is why I didn't bang it. I think it's a fire flower, but there's no way to get back around onto the platform in time for me. Uh-oh. God damn it. Oh no. It's gonna be like a mystery zone. Get in the zone! Auto zone! So yeah, this is actually one of the things that I need to study at the moment for our group, is I'm supposed to write up basically a paper on plans to eliminate single-family zoning in Cambridge. Like, what should we do? What have other places done, etc. I expect that it's going to be complicated enough that the right way to do it is probably not to just, like, one thing you could do in Cambridge is you could just say, like, okay, we're going to eliminate single-family zoning. We're no longer going to have an area which says you can only build single-family houses. And even, like, you could go with multi-apartments everywhere. It would achieve relatively little because all of the other rules that exist in the zoning would keep it the same. So there's like FAR limits, which limit how many square feet of space you can build on a given lot. There's lot size per unit minimums, which say that you can only build, you know, basically they say the same thing as single family zoning, just with math instead of with an explicit statement, and all of these different rules. And so rather than just like fix the small thing and ignore the rest of the things, we should actually like have a task force and put in like a couple of years of work on this, because it's not like fixing single family zoning is not the most effective approach to actually changing housing affordability in Cambridge. What we need to do is probably to build more towers. Central Square should be 20 stories tall. Like Harvard Square should be 10 stories tall, 20 stories tall. Like these places should just be built up more because they're right on top of transit that is used by everyone in the region. Extremely like transit effective spaces, and if more people could live in them, they would. Like we know that, we see it. Like as soon as something gets built, it sells. You know, there's apartments that are going to be renting for $6,000 a month for 2-bedroom apartments in Central Square that were just built. There are apartments in Kendall Square where I work, which are $3,000 for a studio. Like, okay, I have to go up somewhere. God damn it. Alright, I need to try again. Get another leafy thing. Yeah, so getting rid of single-family zoning in West Cambridge, I think is like I think we should do. The reality is that the West Cambridge NIMBYs are actually like all about that, because they know, like the smart ones among them know that getting rid of single-family zoning is basically like achieves nothing, and so they still want to build absolutely nothing near anyone anywhere. The bananas, and so they're like, oh, that's fine. Like, because getting rid of single-family zoning won't actually achieve anything, so I can totally support it. I seem like I'm a social justice person, and then, like, nothing else will ever get built, so it doesn't matter. So in order to actually have things be built, you would have to change a bunch of rules, and so that's the thing that I need to write about, is like, okay, what are the set of rules that you would have to change in order to actually make a difference, or how will we come to that set of rules, and what have other people done in that same vein. Oh, shit. Wait, how am I don't understand. God damn it. But yeah, in general, suburbia is terrible. Like, suburbia is federally funded, is federally funded climate disaster. It is absolutely, like, you're destroying the environment. You're doing so in a way that engages in age-old racist principles that got you there. It's just not good. And so, in general, suburbia should die. Like, that is the reality that I live by. I don't understand how I'm supposed to get through that. Maybe I have to bring something up with me. Yeah, a bunch of Berkeley as a suburb. Berkeley has some town parts too, right? Like, it's not totally like terrible suburban development, but there's a lot of Berkeley, and the same is true of Cambridge, right? Like, West Cambridge is 10 units per acre. Like, it is like 5,000 square foot average lots and one house per, which is no different than what I grew up in. Well, a little bit. I think I grew up in a quarter acre lot, but yeah, what am I supposed to do? I assumed that I had to fly up into that area where the little chompers are and bring like a turtle with me or something, but I'm having a lot of trouble with it. I feel like, is there no part of Berkeley that feels like a suburb though? Really? Because I feel like, I don't know. Like, I go this way and this isn't right. Oh, fucking hell. Wait, I can just rewind. That was the whole point of this. Yeah, so I assumed what I had to do was that. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, West Cambridge is full of, like, mansions, right? So this is, like... God, I'm still so upset at Robert. Whatever. So if we come out here... Alright, so... Like here... These places out here. So this is... like, the parts of Cambridge that I would love to see changed is, like, this house does not belong, less than whatever. Like, just doesn't belong in this town. Get out of my town. Like, okay, that's a church. I don't care about that. That's actually an apartment building of some kind. That's a nice... See, this is good. I want more of this. This is a nice, like, little row house. Like, this is probably 2 units per... So 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 units on that little lot. That's great. Like, but these big old houses over here, no, get away. Garages? No, we don't need no stinking garages. Like, who, like people don't own cars. Like, that's fine. You got these big ass houses. Ugh, go away, go away. Just get out of my town. Like, what is this? What is this? God knows what that is. Giant ass, fucking. Oh, that's BB&N. Yeah, I just don't like these. And then the worst part is we have a fucking golf course. We have a golf course here. Like, what is this? Why is there a golf course in Cambridge? I didn't even know there was a golf course in Cambridge. But of course, we have a fucking golf course. And then we got more, like, single-family homes out here on Blanchard Road where all these little houses are, you know, like, all these little friggin' suburban houses. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want you. I don't like you. I don't like you. I just want you to go away. But yeah, so like where I live, the houses are all very close together and they're all tall and they have multiple things in them. And like this is not suburban. This is nice, moderately dense housing. Like, this is fine. We should just have more of this in the place where I just was, instead of having big old fucking lawns in front of places. Like this is good. Oh, this one's good. This is like this nice little like development here. And then this is kind of cool. So one of the things that I learned, so I did a lot of advocacy this year for low income housing development. And one of the things I learned is that like I walk by a low income housing development all the time. And so like this whole thing is like a low income housing development that was built by a nonprofit. And so that's all people who make less than the median income live in there. And it's like 4 blocks from my house, and I walk by it all the time on my way to Trader Joe's or to the Micro Center. Like this is cool stuff. Like this is good. This is what all cities should be like. They should all be like this. They should all be like nice and dense. The only thing that's wrong with it is that they don't allow you to like have like commercial like little restaurants and corner stores and everything else like that on the first floor. And so they should do more of that. And then in our squares, like this is kind of cool. Like this is okay. So like here we go. Here we're gonna take it here, right? So like this. Oops, I went back to 2008. Hold on. Let's find a modern image. God, stop this. I have to change streets or something. Okay, 2017. There we go. Give me. Okay, so like this is the appropriate amount of height for Cambridge, like for Central Square. Like let's do that. And then this is like a cool building. Like this is built in 1920. This is built in 1920. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 stories. Like that's fine. But then you come up here and you're like, oh, cool. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, why is this building tall and this building is short? Well, the reason that this building is tall and this building is short is because during the Depression, like in the 1930s, they literally like they demolished the upper stories of these buildings so that they could save on taxes. Like they couldn't afford their property taxes, so they like deleted parts of their buildings so they would have to pay lower taxes. And like, oops, I didn't mean to go in a store. Let me out. I don't need to go in a record store. Like, that's, oh, God. Like, and so all these things, so you got, like, tall buildings and short buildings. Oh, this is cool, though. Look, so this is McDonald's, and this used to be a parking lot. And you can see here, there's a crane here. Like, so if we move a little bit, such that we get, like, a newer picture, you can see that, look, now it's a tall building. So this is going to be a 22-story tall, like, housing development here. It's awesome. Like, and it's right on top of the subway, like, right through the main street in Cambridge. Like, that should be there. That McDonald's should have 20 stories of housing on top of it. Like this whole area here should just be built up. At least the entirety of Mass Ave should be built up to be 6 stories tall like this building is. Like there is no excuse. Look at this building. It's nice. This is where CCTV is, by the way. This is where I broadcast my TV show. Like we should do that. Anyway. Okay. I've been talking and not playing video games. We'll go back to playing video games now. I apologize. I have strong feelings. So why is San Francisco proper the worst? Like, I have not spent a lot of time in San Francisco since like 2008. And in 2008, I thought San Francisco was kind of cool. Like, and when I was there, oh, god damn it. I stayed in a hotel probably a couple blocks from the Tenderloin. No, I guess it was closer to, I don't know, what's the northeast corner of like the financial district like area. I was like, oh, I was near Chinatown. That's right. I was in Chinatown. I was in a crappy hotel in Chinatown. And it seemed cool. Like, other than the fact that I couldn't breathe because of fire, but that wasn't San Francisco's fault. I mean, nobody can afford to live there anymore, which is the big problem, right? Like, this is the other half of the, god damn it. This is the other half of the, like, neighborhood character complaints being total bullshit. Like, neighborhood character is largely formed by the people who live there. Like, if housing gets more expensive, people can't live there anymore. Well, I mean, you shouldn't drive through the city. No driving allowed in San Francisco. There's been people talking about banning cars in parts of downtown Boston, and I'm like, yes, please. No more cars on Newbury Street, please. And which is a little bit like hypocritical of me to say because I routinely drive to Newbury Street because Jess can't actually walk very far now since she broke her foot. Like, so for her, she's really limited in the total distance she can walk in a day, which means that we don't, like, we try very hard to limit that, which means I do a lot more driving than I wish I did. But still my desire. Ah! Ah! Yeah! Yeah! I don't know how to kill you! There we go. Got him. Well, also, if you go into San Francisco proper, don't you have to go across that stupid bridge that's always, like, 2 hours backed up? Not the Golden Gate Bridge, the other one. Or am I... No, I think I'm confusing myself with San Diego. Never mind. Forget what I said. I remember when I visited Jose, and there's a bridge that you have to come across, basically to get into San Diego, and the whole thing is just always backed up. Oh god! Why is there an H? Is it trying to spell my name? Is there an R after this? Get out of here. It appears there is not. Oh god! Don't jump into things. Cool. We're good. All's good. Perfect. Biking in San Francisco feels like you have to have a death wish to me. I don't know if that's a reasonable feeling or not, but Cambridge has actually gotten a lot better for biking. So when I moved here, I used to have a bike. Oh right, I forgot my other hobby. I bike now. Not so much in the winter yet. I need to figure out if I'm gonna do that or not. But so I bought a bike in July. Amusingly enough, the T broke down. There was a derailment that caused the train derailed and smashed into all of the signaling equipment on the red line. And so basically the red line was all manually switched rather than like magically electronically switched or whatever for months. And I was like, what the fuck? And so it was like way more slow. And so I was like I only take the T one stop. Like I really don't need to take the T in order to get to my job. I just don't, but I do it anyway because it's like I can walk for 30 minutes or I can walk for 5 and then take the T for 5 and then I'm there. And so like, especially when I'm, you know, want to get breakfast and late and everything else like that, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll just take from Central to Kendall. It's one stop, and it's fine. But then the T broke down, and suddenly that trip, which used to consistently be in the 5 to 10 minute range, suddenly became in the 5 to 30 minute range with no way to predict it because it was just like, what time is the T gonna be? Because the headways were just so much lower with it broken. God damn it. But yeah, so I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna take the T anymore, and I started looking at it. Oh, and I started doing the blue bikes, the bike share bikes, and I tried it for a month, and I was like, you know what, this is decent. Like I like this. Like it gets me there faster. Like I can get around to other places. Like I can actually use this even for things that aren't. Like it replaced car trips for me. Like I would sometimes bike over to the pharmacy, which was like a mile away. And so I was like, okay, well this seems like a thing that I should do. So I talked to Lynn for a while, and she found me a great deal on a bike from Super Pedestrian. If you ever watched Weeds, they had the Copenhagen wheel in Weeds. So the Copenhagen wheel is actually developed in Cambridge, and the company that makes the Copenhagen wheel sells it on bikes primarily, but they also just sell the bikes. And so you can buy like a $250 bike assembled. It's got fenders and a rack and everything you need, single speed bike. And I was like, cool, now I have a bike. And so now I have a bike. It's been great. I've ridden it a bunch. I definitely I was a little bit worried that I was going to ride it for like a couple of like weeks and then hate it, and I have not. I have not done myself the horror of riding on snow yet, and I'm not sure if I'm going to because the T works better now. But it does give me like an opportunity to do like bike rides for more trips. I do need to get more into it. It's still definitely the case that like riding 1.5 miles is a chore rather than just like the default mode. Even though it's about the same amount of time as driving, it's sufficiently more difficult that it has not replaced as many car trips as I would like, but it has replaced some. And it makes some trips that I would previously have taken, like the T4, into bike trips instead, which is also good. Like, because it gives me more control and flexibility, which is great. Yes, it was very clear in Lynn's messaging that like we were trying to figure out like what bike to buy, and I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted, and I wasn't sure how, you know, because I didn't want to invest a lot because I wasn't sure if it was going to be a long-term investment for me, and Lynn came across this bike and was like, buy it now, like I don't care what else you're going to do, buy this. Yeah, the Copenhagen wheel does actually exist. They are not just a concept. You can pick them up on a bunch of different places apparently, but these are the people, like they sell, it's like $1,750 though, which is a lot. But yeah, super pedestrian bike sale. I think it's still here. Bike month sale. Yeah, so this is the bike I bought. $200 plus $50 assembly. Worked out great. My brother is the unicycle guy in the family, Brad. Yeah, so my coworker actually has like a $10,000 e-bike. Like he's in Seattle. So his bike is, he's like, biking to him is you know, he's a crazy biker, and he bikes everywhere for everything and everything else like that. And so he bought like a $10,000 bike, and then he got in an accident, and the frame cracked on the weld, and he tried to get them to he's like, hey, like this is like a manufacturer's defect, like you fucked this up, and they were like, nope, like we're not gonna do anything about it, like tough shit, you know, whatever. So he's currently dealing with the fact that his like good bike that he just bought in like the last 3 months is ruined. And I asked him, like, is there insurance for bikes? He's like, well, maybe there is, but I don't have it. So yeah, I feel so bad for him. Oh, fuck. But yeah, Tokyo is a really interesting model of urban development. Like, I always thought of Tokyo, because it was so populated, as likely being very expensive, and that's not how Tokyo works at all. Tokyo is actually remarkably low cost, because their like whole urban form is built in a way that is like designed to acknowledge that cities grow. So I always knew, and like I'm sure that like any place you go, like right in the urban core, things are probably expensive, which is probably the only thing I ever knew about Tokyo, if I knew anything at all. And so I just assumed that it was like super expensive, and it wasn't. So. Yeah, so they have not changed this page at all since I bought my bike, Lynn. So I don't know if the quantities are limited. It's just bullshit. Well, so I don't know. I bet if you looked at an equal distance downtown, like from what I can tell, while Tokyo has super expensive parts, I don't think that any of it is as super expensive as like Boston or San Francisco or other things like that. Like yes, right in the core, it's super expensive, but it has plenty of areas that are totally... Well, and the other thing... I guess this is the other thing, actually. I'll back away from my statement. I don't know that. What I know is that Tokyo has a lot of fucking, like, transit. So you can be in a lot of places and have it still be, like, within distance of work. So I think that, like, overall, there are several directions that you can build in order to create more space. One, you can build up, which Tokyo has done. Two, you can build out and connect it via transit, which Tokyo has also done. And the combination of those means that you can afford to live in a place that is near your work, at a reasonably, like, within reasonable commuting distance of your work without a car. And that is not the case so much in Massachusetts. But yeah, I'll have to dig up the numbers that I was seeing just to give you a sense of at least what I was thinking, which I grant may be wrong. Oh god! Yep. But yeah, so the reason that I don't need a CPG rant tonight is basically this whole thing is one long CPG rant. I've had so much emotion. I do need to... There is one of my Renters Matter TV shows includes like a nice little 5 to 10 minute segment yelling at our city council and how they do things, and I really need to go back and pull that out and turn it into like a separate video. I also need to... Oh, man. Words. That's right. Oh, the mics are so bad. But so I've been thinking about taking the... So, like, I do this show, but because of the setup they have, like, I don't actually have, like, a huge number of visuals or anything else like that. So it probably makes just as much sense to think of it as a podcast. Like, doing it on TV is nice, and that's fine, but there's no reason that I couldn't take the audio and, like, turn it into a podcast. But then the audio in their live studio is just kind of shitty, and it's not terrible shitty. Like, it's totally reasonable, but it's just, like, bad enough to annoy the crap out of me because I'm used to better audio. Of course, right now I'm using, like, a shitty, like, $7 mic because of a long story around my Blue Yeti mic being not where I thought it was. So... I, like, clearly don't have the perfect setup here either, but I've been trying to think of, like, whether I want to... Or rather, I have already decided that what I should be doing is turning that into a podcast as well, even though the audio kind of sucks. Oh. God damn it. Alright, go up, go around. And done. There we go. Yeah, so Tokyo's average rents are $1,903 per a 2-bedroom apartment. Like, compared to Cambridge, where a 2-bedroom apartment costs you $2,700, that feels cheap to me. Ah! I don't understand. Well, and San Francisco is, I mean, San Francisco has the same problem as Cambridge, right? Like, nothing gets built. Like there's, it's funny to look at, like, the permitting of new housing in San Francisco is so totally dominated by the downtown financial district area, like, the northeast corner. District 5, I think it is. I don't know. But, like, fuck. And so it's like, the rest of San Francisco permits, like, 300 new homes per year. That particular district permits 12,000 new homes per year. And it's just like, it's so out of control that, like, all of the homes are built in that one area. And that's not because there isn't demand everywhere. It's just that, like, the zoning is such that everything else is, like, financially infeasible, because by the time you buy the property to build something on top of it is just like, you can't afford it. And Cambridge has the same shitty situation. There we go. So, like, all you can build is single-family homes, and, like, that doesn't get you any more housing. In fact, Cambridge, 87% of Cambridge is illegal under its current zoning. Like almost everything that currently exists, you could not build it again. Like, if it got knocked down today, you couldn't build it again because they all exceed the rules of what you have. Alright, where does this take me? Is this anywhere good? Okay, now I come do this. Oh, this place. I need to... Yeah, alright. Yep. Every single one of them could do what we need. It would not require much to provide for us all to eat. Eat is not really what I was looking for there. Feed? To provide for what we need. Nope! Can't make that. I don't even know if I'm supposed to go up here. There we go. Oh, I am not. Okay, well, lesson learned. So I think somewhere in here there's like a P-switch or something. Yep. Okay. So I need to have a leaf so that I can hit the P-switch and then fly up to the door. I have a leaf on the wind. Watch me soar. Oh, nope. Okay. I guess that's not how it works. God damn it. Alright. I think it's 3%. But you got the right idea. Okay, so now I come in here, which takes me through this pipe, which then I come down here, and then I fly, oops, fly up. And now I've got a boss, which hopefully I will beat in the next 61 game seconds. Bing, bing, and bing. Boom! Done! Success! That was quick. Good. Anyway, yeah. Single family districts which restrict zoning in urban areas to single family only do not make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I'm not saying bulldoze the whole thing. I'm not saying take away all this shit. Like, I'm saying that people who want to do something else with their property should be able to. Like, just, that's it. And yes, that means that in some cases, like, people with money will come in and they'll want to do something with it instead. Yep, that's how it works. Sorry. Like, if you don't like that, that's, I don't know what exactly you expect. It's how housing has always been built. Yes, we actually did build public housing for, like, this is the thing that I recently learned listening to The Color of Law, is that we actually used to build public housing for, like, that wasn't subsidized, that, like, was just, you know, publicly owned, but that everyone could buy into it just like anybody else, any other housing. So it, like, competed on the private market. I mean, it's like Medicare for some. No, what's the word I'm looking for here? Alright, so I think this can come around. I land on it here, and I hit nope. Okay. That did not work. Okay, so I think I come up here, and I hit this. Nope. Oh, I get it. Okay, so I had a really great New Year's resolution with the food thing. I also made a resolution to try and keep the house less cluttered. That has been an utter failure, although mostly not due to things within my control. It has been really difficult to work with Jess to declutter the things that she cares about. So that is an area where I will have to work again, but it's probably not going to be my New Year's resolution again because I've already screwed it up once. So I need to come up with a New Year's resolution that can be as successful for me as the cooking thing was. And I don't know what that looks like. Because the cooking New Year's resolution was really a whim. Like, it was not well planned at all. I mean, I literally, like, I went while super drunk and, like, signed up for Blue Apron to the point that I, like, showed my credit card number on the screen on the stream. So, clearly I was not being super thoughtful about this. So I gotta come up with something I should do. So what's one thing that you think I should do in the new year? Like, what's one thing you're planning to do in the new year? I'm gonna go 8. Save money by becoming a squatter. No, I've gotta. I mean, at this point, there's no way to save money because I've already signed the lease. So, I would need to pay rent anyway. Yeah, baking is a thing that I'm not super excited. So one thing that I guess lessons learned from cooking. One thing that I had not like cooking is. All the meals that Blue Apron sends are very similar. You've got a starch, which can be barley or rice or potatoes or you know, something else like that. You've got a vegetable that goes with it. You know, corn, broccoli, zucchini, etc. You've got a protein. You know, you got a steak or a whatever. What? Very pleasing off the grid. Not gonna happen. No, I really love my current home. I hate my landlord, and I'm gonna have to move, but... I mean, the reality is that one of the things that I really need to do this year is to get my finances in order. I never have. Like, we have constantly lived as if we were poor. Meaning that, like, we spend money when we have it, and we suffer when we don't, and we don't do enough saving or planning or anything else like that. Like, that is a thing that has to get fixed. But that's not, like, a goal that I can really talk a lot about, because it's one that gets into the area where Jess feels very uncomfortable with having numbers be shared and so on. I mean, not that, like, but it would be weird. It would be weird in a lot of ways, but it's also, like, an area where even my personal predilections are not the most relevant thing, because I need to respect Jess's desire to be private about such things. But that's a thing that I plan to do. But when I fail, I won't be able to talk about it. I won't feel comfortable talking about it. Ah! My landlord, no, she's just cruel, Brad. I mean, it's like, it's not just being crusty. It's about being, like, actively, like, I don't know if I told the story about her. I mean, like, she's attacked a snowplow. She's, like, when we hired somebody to clean out the gutters, she went and, like, got upset that they were getting out of her way and, like, tried to shake them off the ladder of the snowplow, or of the ladder cleaning the gutters. Like, there's a lot of things there that are not okay at all. And so that's where, like, I'm just like, I can't do it anymore. I can't. And she's like, she, you know, threatens us because we left the lights on in the basement. She's like, well, you have to let me know if you're going to be out of the house. Which, by the way, we don't. Like, it's, like, that's not how it works. Like, if we want to leave the lights on, we pay the fucking electric bill. You don't get to fucking say those things. Like, that's not your place. She is a rich set of stories, it's true. Nah, CrossFit I have no interest in. Like, I have no interest in exercise. Of any kind, not just CrossFit. I could make riding my bike more be a thing. Like, reducing further car trips could be one of my goals. I'm already doing a fair amount of that, much to Jessa's chagrin. She gets very cranky when I'm like, I'm riding my bike. She's like, why? Just take the car. And I'm like, no, I'm riding a bike. Taking transit, whatever. Ugh. Fuck it. Yeah, okay, so get my finances in order. Like, stop living like I do in important ways. I need to probably get a new job because Google's gonna fire me. So I need to have a job on backup, on standby. Whoa, that was weird. This is a game where it's hard to just reverse through. These levels are difficult enough I have to actually use skill. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Just go? Okay, well. Neither one of my options there seemed like they were gonna work, so... I don't know what Orange Theory is at all, so this is a new word to me. Ah! No! You weren't supposed to come out right then. Stay in your home. I guess I do have the, like, do more cooking of my own is a thing rather than Blue Apron. But honestly, like, Blue Apron has worked out really well for me, and while I'm glad that I can go ahead and, like, prep a recipe without it, like, this is a skill that I have done now a couple of times, and I'm pretty happy that I have that skill. Like, I don't actually feel the need to grow that particularly. Like, I'm actually happy just doing meal kits. Like, that's a pretty good thing. And a very different thing from where I was a few years ago. So, can I, like... Okay, I can. Yeah, so what's Orange Theory? This is not a word I've heard before. Okay, I've heard of Zumba. That's an exercise thing. I've now expanded all of my knowledge on exercise things. Yoga, Zumba, CrossFit. Got it. So why is it a theory, or why is it a special thing? If it's just a exercise class, is it they just charge you a lot because they have a system or something? I could do Pilates. Maybe I should do Pilates. One thing I'd like to do, but I probably won't, because I think it would make life at home difficult for me, is that I've considered actually getting into, like, I know that I've talked about this and people think I'm stupid for it, whatever, but like I really enjoyed the burlesque shows, and I actually went to a couple more after I stopped streaming. I went more regularly to the show that's put on by a friend of mine over in Somerville every month, and getting into a scene there of doing like sexy dancing is a thing that I would like to do, but I think it would make Jess uncomfortable enough that I am unlikely to do it. Uh-oh. That was bad news. Fuck! There we go. Gotcha. Okay. I can understand why it might seem like that is a thing. Yeah, so I mean, I am lucky that I am like naturally high metabolism and skinny, so I don't have the specific concerns about like that aspect of things. And I also yeah, so that is a way in which like exercise has less value to me than it does to some other people. Which again, lucky genes, I have no control over it. And then like I just don't do enough that I'm like worried about fitnessy stuff. Yeah, not even once, Brad. Not even a little. I mean, so for my dad, it was when he turned 30. So we'll see if I manage to stay this way or not. That was when he found that he no longer had the super high metabolism that I have been blessed with so far. At some point it will stop. I agree. There you go. Give me that. I am not saying I will stay this way forever. I'm only saying I am this way now. Whoa. Google has taken the step of firing several people who were advocating for change within Google. And I am super bad at keeping my mouth shut. So I expect that Google is... It seems as if Google is going to be taking more aggressive steps towards anyone who is a troublemaker or rabble-rouser. At least that's how I read it. They've been attempting to lock down information control policies. They've been attempting to basically make it so that people can't be upset at them for doing things that are borderline or completely unethical. And as someone who has strong ethical principles and believes that Google should be held to a higher standard because that's the higher standard it says it should be held to, I expect that Google is going to be a more difficult place for me to keep my job over the coming year. This is problematic because, to see previous conversation about financials, despite working at Google, I don't have a lot of savings that I can fall back on. It turns out that living in Cambridge and paying college tuition for 2 people and looking at a third is just expensive. So I need to be finding a way to make sure that I can continue to afford to live here, which is difficult. And some of that can be, like, there are lifestyle changes that we can make, which will make that more possible, but having something in my back pocket so I'm not out of a job for 6 months is really important to me. I don't think Google is shady. I really don't. I think that they are a traditional business. I think that it's a shame that they are going the route of becoming a traditional business, because I think for a long time they were able to be a non-traditional business, which is cool. And I really liked. I mean, it's part of what drew me to Google. So it makes me sad that they're just moving to be traditional business focused on making money rather than doing necessarily what is good or best for the world. Yeah, and or I mean, I think not just my kids, also my wife. So you know, I guess that doesn't count because she is kind of saddled with those loans. But yeah. So it's definitely the case that, like, I don't want them to have to deal. Basically, I'm making the same deal that my parents made with me, which is that they have to pay 10% of the loans. The difference is that 10% of the loans is a lot more for them than it was for me, but I do want them to have some skin in the game, and we've been willing to help out Alicia when she's not employed, when she doesn't have a job, can't find a job. Like, we'll help her out, pay stuff or whatever. But yeah, I don't want them to have hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Like, I feel like, you know, walking out with some debt, so at least they know, okay, I shouldn't just slack off and sit on my ass all for 5 years or whatever. I should plan on getting through it, is important. But I want them to be able to go into the world and be successful and not have to spend their entire life thinking like, oh god, I can't do anything that I might enjoy because of this. Like, because that would suck. I mean, that sucks for anybody. But yeah, so I talk too much, and in particular, the people that they have so far fired have been the people who were at least slightly more, well, in one case, at least slightly more effective, but really it was slightly more effective in ways that they feel are probably risky, right? Like, several of the people who were fired who were working to organize the petition against Customs and Border Protection, against Google working with them, which of course puts Google's relationships with federal government contracting at risk. The other person was attempting to inform employees of their rights under federal labor law. The fact that they decided to take action against someone whose only step was to tell people, by the way, you're allowed to talk to your employee, like telling your fellow employees, by the way, you're allowed to talk to your fellow employees about things that are going on at work, and then firing that person feels like a dubious step to me. Like, that feels like a legally questionable approach, but it does seem like it is moving in the direction of Google feeling like they can't allow for, you know, discussion of workplace conditions and other things like that, and that's something that I have historically been an active participant in sharing information about, both inside Google and in the broader world. I've been an active advocate for things like sharing your salary, which I think is hugely important, and I'm going to be working in January on a campaign to get more people to do that. It's legally protected, but Google doesn't seem to be paying a lot of attention to that particular concern at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see what the next little while looks like. But it is not my intent to compromise my ethical principles in order to keep the job at Google. So if I have to make the choice between ethics and continuing to have a job at Google, that's a choice that I'm gonna have to make, but it's a choice that's gonna be in the direction of, like, well, better find a new job. That's correct. Anything you mess up, just revert it and go backwards. Perfect plan. Also, when life gets boring and slow, just press fast forward. But yeah, so someone earlier asked me, like, what I thought about unions. In general, I think everyone should be in a union. This is an evolved position from where I was when I started streaming. Many people have told me how wrong I was from my previous positions on unions. They were right. I was wrong. Unions are good. People shouldn't be able to choose whether they're in a union or not. A workplace that's unionized, you have to, you know, whatever. Collective bargaining is important. Creating an even / level playing field for employees versus employers is really, really difficult. But the one thing that you can bargain with is your work, is your ability to do work, is your ability to take action. And I think that's something that, you know, you should be absolutely protected, but also used. It is really difficult to imagine employees being able to negotiate against Google in any way other than via a collective action. And so being able to make that collective action come true is important. What that looks like in practice in the modern day and age when unions have no power, I don't know. Open question. What am I supposed to do now? I don't think I'm gonna be able to slide through here. Oh, I'm supposed to go through this door. Duh. Okay. So it would have been nice if I'd kept the mushroom, but... Okay, so do this, grab this. Hello, Jose! And there's more details I'm being cautious of sharing, even though I know that nobody in this chat is going to talk about them just because that's the rules. The first rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. Yeah, on the other hand, I have learned a bunch about, like, the history of unions. I've been reading a bunch of labor history and other stuff like that, and have found that, like, I'm really upset that the AFL-CIO is a thing. Not because I disagree with unions, but because, like, the CIO was good, and the AFL is bad, and I want one of those and not the other. Like, can I just have, like, just CIO? Because I like them. The AFL less so. So historically, the CIO was the more, I don't know, progressive organization. I hate the word progressive because it means so many different things to different people, but no, I'm just playing on an emulator. Is this on Switch? I think the answer is I think this is on Switch, but I mean, Super Mario Brothers 3 is on, like, everything. Oh, this was the wrong way to go. I did have someone come in earlier when I was playing Lost Levels and tried to give me their Super Mario Maker 2 level code. Yeah, I'm not on Switch. That is correct. Yeah, well, I mean, Whole Foods is again, this is late stage capitalism in a nutshell, baby. Whole Foods and like Amazon and is consolidating capital. So Whole Foods was previously run by a company that had values, but that has stepped back from that history as it has switched to Amazon. Amazon is kind of infamous for not having values other than the almighty dollar. Super Mario Brothers 2! Yeah, I mean, and the reality is that, like, so there's two things. There's the concept of unions, and then there's the practice of like, existing union structures. And I think that a lot of existing union structures suck. I do. I think that, like, what a union is and should be is a democratically organized and operated mechanism for balancing, for protecting coworkers and balancing power against a more powerful employer. Like, Google has $100 billion. I don't have $100 billion. And it is difficult for me to be on an even playing field with Google when they have a lot more money than I do. It's not just money that matters, of course. Like, there's a whole set of things that are, you know, important, but that is one thing that Google has a lot of that I don't. They've also got a lot of, like, time and energy that they can spend on, you know, educating people on things. So, for example, like, I don't have the ability to, you know, spend... Wow, what the fuck is this? Just let me out of here. So, like, they have whole people whose job... What? I think I could just run under those. Apparently not. They have whole people whose job it is to, like, talk to press and, like, review statements and talk to, you know, newspapers and tell their story. Like, I can't do that. And so a union that was organized by the workers, like, could hire staff to communicate our story. Like, Google is out there telling their version of the story on, like, why employees were fired, while telling the employees that they can't tell them why they were fired. But, like, I can't go out there, I don't have enough time or press connections or other things like that to go out and tell, like, how I see it. And so that difference in balance of power is actually really meaningful in being able to have, like, a more truthful rendition of reality, which is something that I believe in, so... Wait, what? I'm so confused. Was there... Did you send a super chat thingy? Or are you just looking at sending them? Okay. I I don't understand how the thing that you sent me never showed up. Okay, good. Don't. Keep your money. Yeah, I mean, and this is like, part of it is actually, it's not the tech press, right? Like Google firing workers isn't just a tech press thing, it's like an overall thing. It's like, this is like a labor relations issue. And so I don't just want, like, the tech side, like, I know Natasha, and I know Kate, and I know, like, I have connections, like, they'll all talk to me. And so I don't worry about that so much. But it's like, I want to tell this story, like, Google gets to go and tell their story in the fucking, like, New York Times. And so, yeah. I don't know. It's complicated, and like, I know that this is like an area where you work and so on and so forth. But the point that I was trying to make is that like a union can provide an organized structure for collecting, you know, dues or revenue that you can use to then hire organizers who identify the best way to spend them, or collectively you decide the best way to spend them and then go out and spend them on things. And this could be, you know, having someone who manages PR, someone whose job it is to write press statements, someone whose job it is to do these other things. And as much as I love Hyun, I'm not going to ask him to, you know, manage the workers' rights symposium of Google and organize our press statements, obviously, without paying for it. And with a union, you know, I could pay Hyun and be like, okay, cool, you're gonna do analysis of how Google's labor struggle is impacting its success in the, you know, enterprise world. You know, Google is out there telling the story that like, oh, this doesn't really matter, and it's just, you know, a few employees, and you know, with interviews from the workers, you could talk about how, well, it's not just a few employees, it's thousands or tens of thousands. It's, you know, most employees who have a tenure of over 15 years. And how is that actually impacting the ability to ship cloud features and other things like that? Well, so, like, in general, I mean, union due structures can be structured however you choose, right? Like, unions should be democratically elected and selected mechanisms for ensuring and protecting worker rights. Like, there's not like one thing that they should be, which includes not one thing that they should be on, like, due structures or other things like that. So, it absolutely makes sense for unions to, at times, you know, like, strike funds are a thing that exists, right? Like, strike funds allow unions to collect revenue that when you're on strike, those go to paying out wages or other things. It makes sense to do all kinds of things, but if you, like, in some unions, like, the only dues that you pay are, like, you pay 1.5% of your salary, or 1% of your salary, or whatever. And if you're paying 1% of your salary, then when you're not working, you're not paying, which I think is fine and good. So I think that there's a lot of room for, you know, democratically elected structures to be whatever you choose that they should be. Now, a lot of unions aren't like that. Like, I'm not saying the unions that exist are, like, all sweetness and light. That is certainly not my intention to say, but... Yeah, well, I mean, the reality is that you make less than minimum wage now, but you also, like, get a break. Like, you also are, you know, again, what you get out of a negotiation is entirely up to how successful you are at negotiating, but working together, you can negotiate. So, like, yes, you know, minimum, like, I have less take-home pay, but on the other hand, I get my hours a week in advance so that I can schedule my second job that I have to work at. You've got the ability to negotiate to make sure that you actually are getting the breaks that you're owed. You know, that when you're sexually harassed, like, that, you know, management responds appropriately and doesn't just pay out the executives who are doing it to the tune of millions of dollars. Not that that would ever happen at any company. Oh, wait. So these things are things that really do matter. And yes, in order to, like, manage the effective approach of getting those things done, like, it's going to cost something. That's nice, Professor Pie. I've only been in a union when I worked at the grocery store. I viewed it not great because I looked around at the people who were around me and felt like I was doing a better job, but I couldn't get paid more. In hindsight, I think that pay for performance is an absolutely terrible thing, that the idea of meritocracy is largely garbage, and that it was, like, the belief that I should be paid more when I'm doing the same job just because I think I can do it better, is an utterly, like, bad notion that I don't approve of now. And so there's a lot of, like, Google Pay for performance stuff that I'm really not personally a fan of. I think that, like, tenure and job level are where job level equates to expectations is actually a totally reasonable set of pay. And there's a lot of small, like, very small tech companies that actually do that. They have totally transparent pay. Like, if you're level 5, you get paid this much. It's the same for everybody. And there's not this, like, bonus effect. And I really think, like, I can't affect the outcomes of Google on my own. So, like, for me, the idea of a bonus for performance at the Google level just doesn't make sense. So, I don't know. But yeah, so I used to be more down on unions. I believe that people should be able to opt into them, but I didn't believe in them strongly. That has changed a lot. And as I am now studying, like, I'm listening to Death in the Haymarket, about the union organizers who were killed leading up to the, like, there's a lot of people who were, like, on strike and were just, like, fucking killed by the U.S. Army. Like, just, you know, gunned down in the streets, like, over the course of the 1870s to the 1890s, and then again in the era of the 1930s, like in the Depression era. Like, it's a lot of them. I just, like, keep listening. It's like, here was a clash between police and railroad switchmen on the Baltimore Memorial Railroad. And it'll be like, oh, cool, like, 3 of them were shot. And it's like, god damn. So there's a lot of union history that I have not, like, I mean, I tell this shit to Jess, and she's like, how did you not know that? And I'm like, 'cause I don't know. Like, I didn't study this in history, I guess. Like, I don't know, man. I just never learned a lot. Again, also with the socialism being a thing that I don't really know about, being a real thing. Okay, so what should I do? Don't pay money to YouTube, Jose. Super stickers are dumb. Hopefully Barb's not here. Super stickers are great, Barb. Awesome. Thumbs up. Oh, okay. It's just a normal message being too long. Got it. Okay, look, number 1, YouTube Gaming first birthday back in 2016. It's not 2016 anymore. I guess YouTube Gaming would have been old, but it's not anymore. Oh, yeah. Yes, people get killed when they fight the government. Yeah. They changed that before they killed YouTube Gaming, though. Makes me sad. Okay, what should I do now? I'm not going to go back to Lost Levels because it broke earlier. Well, let's look at some cities and city skylines. Cities, skylines. So I've developed a couple of cities. I've gotten much better at it than I used to be. Still not great. Some dubious decision making. No, I'm not playing Wario's Woods. Alright, clear, get out of here. Load game. Mansfield? No, 11. No low density residential. I disagree. Alright, let's see if I can capture this stream. 1 second. There we go. Well, so Lynn, it's actually funny because I kind of changed my development methodology in part as a result of being, like, much more urbanist minded recently. Whoa, what is going on here? There's a house that has no water. Oh, God. How do you not have water? Oh, there you go. Now you have water. Also, why are you all upset? Oh, okay, because you don't have enough raw materials. Fine. Yeah, you can tell I recently expanded into this square and haven't really built it out yet. Anyway, this is the town of Verberg, apparently. So I started out... Oh, yeah. You can see, like, all of my... Like, you can tell when, like, I have done highway things because they look like this. Like, I'm like, I don't know how to highway. I got some backup here. Oh, right. This is all coming into my cargo train station. So I got cargo trains coming in and out here routinely. So I built out that to connect to the cargo railway. We got a passenger railroad going back and forth here that runs a fair number of people. We can look at my public transit stops, actually. So total, we've got 7,000 people per week who are riding various public transit, which is kind of cool. Like, we've got transit all over this town. Oops. We haven't really done this out yet, but... Yeah, so you've got the passenger line here that connects to a passenger line over here. I do think I did end up... So one thing I've learned since then is that I build my... junctions a little bit farther out, so like each train would have its own little path like this, because otherwise I get too much backed up on the main rail lines here. You can see these passenger trains are just kind of waiting their turn behind all the cargo. But I actually have like three, so I have like the cargo train here, cargo terminal 1, I got cargo terminal 2 here, which is why this is all backed up. Oh man, this is a disaster. So this area was kind of recently built out, and you can see that I did not do a good job of like connecting this out. So it's just like a mess. But yeah, so you got cargo trains here, passenger here, another cargo terminal over here somewhere. Yeah. So this is actually the first time I tried to build like a little... Like, this is the terminal path. Like, it's a one-directional loop. Because when they unload cargo, like, you just get, like, 20 cars coming out and out and out and out. So, and I think I couldn't make this wider because the railway was over it or something. I don't know. So, yeah. So, we've got, like, our downtowny area here. So, this is kind of, like, the earliest developed stuff. That we then redeveloped as dense housing, some single-family zoning over here, or rather, some low-density zoning over here. Nice that they got solar panels on top, though. So the passenger train lines do both. They will both bring people in and out from other towns, and they will move people around in your town. So both of those are purposes of the passenger rail lines. You can see I've got $6 million. I got 160,000 people. Oh, right. So this was another industrial section that I built up because there was a forestry area over here. So this is actually an area where you've got the industrial entirely too close to the residential, but it's mostly industrial, so that's okay. The garbage here is a bit of a problem, but whatever. So yeah, so this is like a nice little like residential strip, but the problem is that I did not build anything that's like 2 lanes or anything, so there's no highway around here. So this is just all like 2-lane traffic all the way backed up here into high density housing with no like good routes around it. So that was a mistake that I have gotten better at since. So a lot of these are very narrow streets pretty much everywhere. I did have to rebuild kind of a big chunk of this industrial thing here because the logging trucks kept getting backed up. We got cargo ships kind of constantly coming in and out of here. You can see there's like 3 right now, each leaving with like 64% stuff. They're also dropping off a bunch of materials, so all of these trucks driving around here will go and feed my commercial and so on. So yeah, so this is... Oh, we can unempty that. Do we have any rockets at the moment? Oh, we just recently launched a rocket, so we don't have anything there at the moment. Nuclear power plants and solar power plants here. We got 3 nuclear plants. I think we got enough power. Yeah, I think we got enough power for a little while. So this was actually one of my earlier industrial districts, and it worked out pretty well because so this was my first attempt at just being like, I'm not going to build a direct grid pattern. I'm going to space things out. And so like that was when I realized that having a little bit more space actually helps with stuff. I know that seems like a dumb statement, but I had not realized the extent to which if you just like leave a little bit of green space between buildings and industrial, like that works fine. And so that has been part of my approach here. Yeah, not enough raw materials. But this is where like this was my first cargo container thing, and I did not realize how much this would back up. You can't see all the little people leaving here. I love the public transit. It makes me so happy. All the little people. Yeah. Let's grab, this is what I want. There we go. And so what's our busiest metro line? Oh, this one. Oh yeah, so the yellow line is like a big one because it goes like a long distance. So it kind of covers from this eastern district, which is residential and industrial, stops near the tourist center here. So that's both the, like a couple of the different towers here, as well as the airport, continues on all the way into a couple of sites over here and into this other district. So that's got a lot of riders because of that. I've probably got too many trains on this at the moment. It used to be probably more busy, or I was trying to clear it out of people. So I could probably lower this somewhat. But that one is fine because that one's actually like it's on its own line. Like a couple of the others actually share stations. So like this green line comes in, and I can't bump up the trains too much on this because it will bump into the orange lines that also need the same station. And the orange line is actually one of the few loops I have. So that was an early loop that I built around. And then the problem is that this red line, I can't expand at all. The red and green line here, I can't expand at all because it's trapped inside the orange line, and you can't make lines go underneath each other. So yes, absolutely. Keep your nuclear power plants all together. I mean, I don't know. Does this even have natural disasters? I don't even think it does. So here's another cargo train terminal that I have actually got right in the middle of my downtown. So that one is kind of feeds all of the kind of commercial space that ends up being near here and the offices. So all this kind of dense commercial, I think, tends to get fed by the trucks that come into this cargo terminal. So overall, cargo terminals have been really, really effective at reducing a lot of the traffic problems that I was having. Clearly, I needed to learn how to kind of manage them. As you can see here, like here's I think my favorite highway interchange is like, here, come and take this road over. Also, like, we're gonna have a bunch of stuff that crosses over itself. Like, this whole area is just like completely dead to any kind of development because I have completely backed it up. But it used to be these cars would back up to like here, so I've successfully at least cut down on some of the disaster. But yeah, I definitely wish that I had thought about this better. It was not great. But, you know, you do what you can. And I was expanding over here, but then I ran into this hill. Part of the reason that I wanted to build here was to get this cargo station here. But then I couldn't, because after I built it, I couldn't connect it back to this other line because it was too close. So I was just like, fine, cargo only comes in here and leaves here, which is more interesting when we had a lot of like logging being done here. So... I do not know how they feel about living next to a runway. Oh, that's office buildings. Nobody lives right next to a runway. No housing here. This is all commercial, and office. So the only exception to that is this? Yeah. So they're not right next to a runway. Oh, is this housing too? Okay, that's housing too. I lied. So these people are very fine. Look how happy they are. They've got all the stars. Very happy. 25 households. in this nice little apartment building. See, we should just build apartment buildings just like this all the way up and down Mass Ave. Oh, they've got too much parking in the back, though. Get rid of the parking. Look, nobody's even parked there. Look at all these empty parking spaces. They made you build these parking spaces, and then nobody can even use them because they don't touch, like, streets. Like, this is how dumb things are. Everyone's just parked on the street anyway. See? Look. They're all parked on the street. They don't need the parking spaces. Oh, look at all these little kids. Uneducated child. Unemployed. Yeah. Oh, look. How the fuck did these cars get back here? Why are there cars back here? Like... He doesn't even live here. Oh, okay. He's visiting to go shopping there. Okay, so that's not a house. Yeah, see? Like, but this. Alright. It's just, we're gonna speed this up, and we're gonna follow this car. We're gonna see when this car moves. Alright, it's been one day. 2012, it's Christmas 2057. Let's see how long it is before this car moves. I bet it is a long time. Yeah. Faster. Why are you not going faster? Okay, you are. I mean, the guy's unemployed, I guess. He's just an old man. He just parks his car in the back of the house and it stays there forever. Yeah. I can't do it. I can't do it. Is this his house even? Okay, it is his house. That's fine. Yeah, why does he need a parking spot here? He's never going to drive this car anywhere. Like, this guy's out here. He's just chilling. He's an agent at the incineration plant. That's nice. And he lives here, so that's cool. Oh, look, yakisoba. Oh, they're walking somewhere else. Okay. It's been a week. No moving. It's true. He also has the airplanes flying right over his house. Did just notice that. Look, they're very happy. Very happy. I mean, they can't fill these last 3 households, but that's irrelevant. Should we make this a... I learned that this historical building button existed, and I am disappointed about it. I don't think that we should allow historical building preservation. That should have been outlawed. Go nuts, donuts. Alright, well, it's been a week. This guy is not going anywhere. It's been 2 weeks now. Yeah, okay. So we have to build all these parking spots so that one person can park in them and stay there for 2 weeks without ever moving it. Like, is that the best use of this land? Really? Do you think that maybe we could just build a denser house there? Oh, that's cool. They're playing basketball. I've never noticed that before. I can't click on the people, though. They're just part of the court. They're not, like, individuals. So this person lives here and goes to high school over there. Are there no closer high schools? I feel like there should be a closer high school. There's a high school like 2 blocks away. There's a lot of high schools, by the way. A lot of high schools. I mean, there's 26,000 people who are eligible. Fair number of elementary schools as well. Overall, like I said, I'm very happy with this. I like that, like, these planes have, like, 40 people on them. Like, this is not an effective means of transportation, but I do at least service them via metro, so. I don't know what you mean by what's the scale on this. Can zoom out. I mean, this is a 160,000 person city. So, you could think of this as being, like, I think this tells me, I think that this is, like, each of these is 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. So I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 square kilometers ish. So 8 square kilometers. I don't know how many. 8 square kilometers in square miles is 3 square miles. So this is about half the size of Cambridge. Oh, yep. I am short on sewage treatment. Oh, that's right. So one of the things I ran into early was that the right. So I started out here, and this was my access to water. But this is like a pond. Like it doesn't have any current, and so there was nothing that was taking my water away. And so like I did my intakes over here and my sewage over here, and then the sewage backed into the intakes. So I literally had to buy like 2 squares of land so that I could bring all of my little water intakes over here. Because I couldn't like reduce my sewage enough. And you can see now that this whole area is just like gross water, even though I have like no regular like sewage treatment. Like it's just that I create 1.7 cubic meters of sewage per week. All right, let's pipe these babies up. Pipe, pipe, pipe. Done. Yep, that is exactly what I am saying. Anyway, uh-oh, building's on fire. Hey, fire truck. Oh, it's not a fire truck. Where's the fire truck? There's some ambulances. No fire trucks. Uh-oh. That's my fire coverage here. Fire coverage is fine. Oh, here comes the fire truck. He's stuck behind this tractor trailer. Oh, God. Fire trucks. Go. Drive around him. Use your lights and sirens. Oh, God. It's gonna catch the whole neighborhood on fire. Oh, God. Building is on fire. That's true. Go, firefighters. You can do it. Oh, that's a little bit singed now. It's fine. Not a problem. A building has burned down. Yeah, that'll happen. I'm not too worried about it. Anyway, yeah, so this was the expansion I was doing into a different area. One of the things that I learned to do is do a lot less connections. So I do a little bit more meandering roadways and like not a complete grid pattern, stuff like that. But yeah, so overall, I was pretty happy with this. This is a fair number of hours of investment for me, and it's pretty stable. Like people are on average happy. If I built more housing, I could probably get more stuff. So this would be the next area to expand to. Probably is to expand down here, into where the old thing is here, whatever this is. I don't know. Oh, right. I should go check on Cedric. Is his car still here? I don't remember where his place is. Here. Oh! His car moved. He did leave. Only took a month or so. Now I will never find him again. Is there like a list of people? Wait, her car is parked down this far down the block. Why don't you just park in front here? It's dumb. And clearly you can park on both sides of the street, which you should not be able to. It should be bike lanes or bus lanes or something. But that's one thing I did not do well, is that like my buses are not very effective because I have too much traffic. Okay. So that was one city that I did. We can save that. Save. Sure. Load game. The other one that I worked on was Gridville. So Gridville is a much more like regular set of developments. So rather than kind of these kind of meandering different ways. This was much more of an effort to kind of build up kind of big 2-lane highways or 3-lane highways that separate out individual neighborhoods. And so, like, if we zoom out, I think that this is yeah. So like this is like 1 kilometer square. And you can see that I've got like 2 residential and commercial neighborhoods. I've got 1 industrial neighborhood, another half industrial neighborhood, another neighborhood here. So these are all areas that are kind of like filled out. And if you look at the roads here, there's relatively few connections to the outside. You'll see there's 2 here, but and like 1 here, but there's not like all of these connections out. So these are kind of like you can go around on the roads outside and then come back in. You can see that I really should have done 2 lanes on this outside here, like I did here. And so this is something that I kind of picked up a little bit from watching some of the City Skylines like tutorial stuff. This was another effort. So like this grid here, you can see, oh, the other thing about this is that in this case, I don't connect anything to the big grid roads. So like these crossroads, you see they're all kind of like empty of housing near them. That's so that like people on these roads are not constantly like blocking traffic by turning in and out of them. This does lead to problems in some cases. Like here you can see like turning here, not enough cars can make this turn, so the light gets backed up and then people back up onto here. But overall that's the goal that I was going for here. It looks like maybe I didn't save. I'll pull up a more recent save of this as well. There are bus lanes and bike lanes. Yeah, they're all DLC, official DLC for it though, and I'm cheap. So like you have to pay for it and I don't want to. I feel like games should just have things in them, not you should have to pay for all of them. I think X. Yeah, so this was 10 hours later, although I wasn't playing it the entire time. That was when I came back to the game after wrapping all of my own Christmas presents from my wife. So I got kind of tired of this. Oh, right. So the problem was I wanted to expand more. This corner is all hilly and gross, and so I didn't want to expand that direction. So I wanted to like expand, and so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to start my own like whole little town here. Which would have been fine. Oh, and part of it, no, it's I wanted the cargo terminal. So there's like no train lines anywhere in any of these grids. So I was like, I want the cargo terminal. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to build like a highway down here and like have the cargo terminal come out. What I failed to realize is that like if I was going to build industrial here, because my idea was I would create industrial and then they would like load up these like cargo terminals and everything would be great. I failed to realize that like, oh, by the way, if you've got a bunch of industrial stuff here, then people are going to want to like, you need workers. Like you have to have workers, otherwise the industrial doesn't work. Like they all just like open and then close and open and then close. So then I had to build out like this whole other district. And then I realized that it was like people wanted to be here and drive back and forth. So then I had to build this giant ass highway like all the way back up over here. And now this is all backed up because like I hadn't actually intended to connect these in this way. I had just meant for it to be its own little industrial thing. And so that didn't work. But this is where I did a lot of the kind of like these are just like you come here and you have long streets, so you've got like these long streets here, and then same here where you've got like one street down the middle with long streets on either end that connect. So this is like, yeah, super block style things. My transit here has not been nearly as good. You can see I do have a passenger and a what is this? Oh, the hospital doesn't have water or electricity? That feels problematic. Let's go ahead and fix that while we're here. Yeah, so I like built this line, this green line here. This one. And it's basically just to cart people back and forth. On the plus side, it is saving like 45% of these car trips, so that's like 200 cars per week that are not going here, but it's clearly like not doing enough because if we click on one of these Like, we can see that there's a ton of private vehicles along its roads. Like, these people are driving all the fuck over the place from this spot. Like, their goal, like, this person's goal is to go up, like, turn around and get back on the highway. So if I was smart and good at drawing interchanges, like, I could probably, like, turn this into an interchange where I could just, like, connect this around. But I totally suck at drawing interchanges, so, like, I have not even tried that. So, like, freeform road. Slope too steep. Space already occupied. I don't know why you're going that way. Don't go that way. Just go straight. Why are you... What are you doing? Why is it making a giant U? I don't want a U. I just want a straight line. There we go. There we go. That can't possibly go wrong. Oh, right. And I learned recently that traffic, like, when it gets too backed up, just despawns, which is, like, not a thing I realized, but explains why my traffic never actually backs up. Apparently with add-ons, you can turn that off. I like that this is such a wide road that all the cops and ambulances just, like, fly down it because there's not, like, enough people turning left here, and they'll just ignore the lanes. Like, everyone else is, like, gotta be in the right-hand lane because I'm going right, and I'm not gonna cut people off. But the cops are like, fuck it, I am going around this traffic, baby. Anyway, yeah, so I was pretty happy with this town, and then I decided to connect to the cargo terminal, and then this whole highway traffic system got totally fucked up, and I'm just, like, not down with it at all. No one is going this way. They see this interchange as being very problematic and are uninterested in participating, which is the right approach. I definitely think that you should not go that way. Anyway, yeah, so, you know, it's okay. It's not terrible, but it just never really grew in the way I wanted it to be. So, but yeah, so that was my first attempt at, like, super block style stuff. I also did bus lanes around several of these, right? So, like, that was the other idea I had. I didn't fully implement it, but, like, that you would have my idea, which again I did poorly, was that you would have, like, a metro stop near a bus station, and then the bus lane would just go around the outside of the whole thing, so you would be able to, like, grab the bus to the train station and then take that all the way over. Not great, but that was the goal. I do have 3,000 people riding the train every week. My red line is definitely my big line, which kind of connects my 4 big super blocks up here, the high density ones specifically. So. Oh, right. And my first road was this one, which was not a highway. It was just like a, 3-lane road all the way down. And then, like, everything was too slow there, so this whole road was just backed up traffic, and so that's why I built these actual highway lanes. So I didn't realize before that the road type, which of course makes sense, the road type actually controls their maximum speed even when there's no traffic. And so, like, on highways they will go faster than on, like, this 3-lane road. So anyway, so those are 2 of my city skyline cities. One thing I would really want to do is, like, turn off money and just build out, like, Cambridgeport or Cambridge or something like that, and be like, here is what Cambridge would look like, and do the best I can. One problem with that is that I don't actually think there's, like, 1-lane, one-way roads, which is, like, what I would want most of. Like, this is 2 lanes, and I'm like, I don't want 2 lanes, I want 1 lane, because that's what a big part of my neighborhood is, but so be it. I could replace them with dirt roads, it's true, but there's not 1-way dirt roads either. Like, these are 2-way. That's the problem, is that, like, they're 2-way, and I want, like, 1-way. Oh, I can build an airport now. Whose house should we build the airport next to? I don't actually want to do that right now, but anyway, but yeah, again, so like compared to when I was playing Skylands before, where I was constantly like struggling with like running out of money and having to give up and everything else like that, like these feel much more successful. I've been able to grow. Like I think before I would get to like 25,000 people, traffic would be completely backed up, I'd have no idea what to do with it, and I'd have no money to fix anything. And I feel like now that I am paying more attention, so there's three things that I've changed. Like one, I'm paying a lot more attention to building interspersed commercial, residential, and industrial, because that was a big problem I had before, was that I would like replace all of my industrial with office space, not realizing that, like, by the way, your commercial businesses need products to sell. And so having like a healthy set of industrial is actually important to having a functioning city, something I had not realized. Two, reducing significantly the number of crossroads that I have. Three, being willing to just like fucking, bulldoze areas in order to expand road capacity or like expand metro capacity or anything else like that is important. Four, being willing to, like, right here, this is a mess, right? Like this should probably not exit here. I should probably just delete this and force these people to go the long way around. And one of the problems that I'm still having routinely is that I tend to build a bunch of like incinerators all in one spot, and then a big bunch of my traffic is like garbage trucks. But yeah, like the problem here is that this backs up and is going to fill up, and then no more people can turn left, and so like this left turn lane just ends up being really crappy. Or we have this that's right, another one of these like highways that comes in for nowhere types of things. It's like, yeah, this was so backed up, and I realized that a bunch of people were just coming in and going all the way through all these intersections. So I was like, fuck it, I'll bring this in. But then I've added another intersection, so like I really wanted to run this directly into this crossroads, but I couldn't because like these other roads were in the way and I couldn't make the turn. But I also did totally just like build a road of it. So this was like what the plan, and where my house is now was basically supposed to be a piling for a giant interstate that they were going to build in the 1980s or 70s or whatever, maybe 60s, whatever. The urban ring project in Cambridge was basically supposed to demolish my house and build it over and build a big inner ring highway around Boston. Thankfully that project got stopped. But I definitely like just totally did that. Just like demolish these houses and turn them into highway. And I was like, oh, I feel bad. Probably a bunch of black people living there, and I built right through their neighborhood because that's the way that housing has always been built. Wow, this traffic is so backed up. Anyway, so yeah, I ended up not being too happy with how this worked out. I liked the super blocks. They worked out okay, but my road situation in my main strip just did not work out well. I think the traditional thing that most people who play this game more seriously do is that they would turn this into a big like a pair of highway roads, and then do interchanges like in and off. But because I'm so terrible at interchanges, like I don't want to do that. So I don't know. This one was also, I did struggle early on with having enough money for it because like I was building up here for power and water, but all my stuff was down here, so I ended up wasting a bunch of money on that. But I have clearly recovered from that now, and I'm doing fine, just fine. Anyway, so that's my city skylines. And I think that's probably going to be the end of the stream. It is 1:13 a.m. Here in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I do need to pick... All right, so is this the right button? No, this is the right button. All right. New Year's resolutions. 1, I need to fix my finances. I think I've made that resolution like 4 years in a row, but whatever. 2, I want to... We need to declutter. I think that's going to be my big goal this year. Oh yeah, is there a cat? Oh yeah, there's a cat. Anna, hi. Say hello. Say hello to my little friend. Wow. Hi. It's okay. I know you were napping. Hello, kitty. I got you. You're okay. You want to go back? Okay, fine. Yeah, I think decluttering is going to be my thing. That's got to be the thing this year. Last year was cooking. This year's decluttering. I've just got to get less stuff. I've got to have less stuff in the basement. I got to have less stuff in the living room. I got to have less stuff in my office. Like my desk is just like, I mean, like, why is there toothbrushes in my office? Like, why any of this? Like toothbrushes, toothpaste, like GoPro, like mount, like what? This at least I understand, like this controller issue. Okay, I get that. Why is there like a weird hairbrush, a pair of scissors, like, and this isn't even like the worst of it. This is like after I have cleaned up. This is what's left. So I think that's gonna be my big thing this year, is that I need to Marie Kondo my life, in some way or another. So, we'll see how that goes. Probably not going to do a New Year's Eve stream like I did last year. Maybe we'll go to a party or something. Anyway, if you want to keep up with me, Twitter, Discord, my newsletter, maybe I'll bring back. I don't know. I have not been very effective in this for like the past 6 months, but I do want to get back to it. I am now managing 3 different newsletters besides my own, so it's a struggle, but and hopefully. Oh, and then I said I need to interview for jobs. I need to get a backup job. I need to figure out what's out there and what I can expect, because I don't think that expecting to stay at Google forever is safe, and I need to have a backup plan. So I guess those will be my 3 things. Decluttering, finances, get another job. Cool. It's been lovely. I hope you all have a great night. Thanks for watching. Brad, Lynn, everybody else, Jose and Professor Pi, thanks so much for talking so much. It's been really great. Or Chaos, Mathros, Yugi, and everybody. It was a good night. It was fun. Have a good one. Travel safe back to China, Brad, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.